It's going to be a fantastic new season of Creative Recharge. I'm so excited. We're going to get you all charged up this season. We've got wild plans. But for today, we are going to talk about Disney shorts and Disney adjacent. Because we're also going to talk about like the I Am Groot series. You'll see below in the doobly-doos a listing of the shorts that we're going to talk about today, of which most are on YouTube, but also if you have access to Disney Plus, as far as we can tell, all of them are on Disney Plus. Some of them you actually may have to go into the search bar to find, because I could not find a straightforward way to find it in Disney Plus. We had to just literally start typing in names, but we did find it. So we hope that you will watch these shorts if you're not already familiar, or if it's just been a couple years since you last watched them, that you will watch these shorts. What we're planning on talking about today, though, is how these shorts relate to good short storytelling. So with the I Am Groot series, we're going to talk about how the little I Am Groot shorts really do translate very well to drabble writing, and what we as writers can take away from for improving our drabble writing. And while you may say to yourself, Glory, I am a novelist. I don't write drabbles. I am here to say to you, oh, my sweet summer child, your writing novels will improve the more you practice such fantastic skills as writing drabbles, writing poetry, writing outside your comfort zone, having to be brief. Remember, what is it? Brevity is the better side of wit, or something.
The soul of wit.
The soul of wit. So, yes, it's actually important to, even if you have no intention of ever publishing your short stories, but it's important to practice these skills from time to time. They will improve your goal writing. And again, whether you are planning to write fiction or nonfiction or even memoir style, your writing will be made better by practicing these skills that we're going to talk about. So also, let's be honest, these are great shorts. Just watch them. They're fun. Just watch them.
But there's one exception. Goofy's Freeway Trouble is a U.S. government one, so it's only on YouTube.
Okay. So, also, Tom and I were checking, and Freeway Phobia seems to be the same as Freeway Trouble. So you can, either way, if you Google it on YouTube. I will try to put the links in below to, like, a good version, like, you can hear everything and you can see everything, and it's not short, doesn't cut off parts. However, that is the problem we actually had with the I Am Groot. Marvel posted on YouTube the whole set of the I Am Groot series, and then whoever actually put those together cut the jokes, the actual punchline, out of several of the shorts at the end.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I'm a bit chagrined. But anyway, that is neither here nor there. That is the plan for today. I hope you will stick around, or you will hang out with us whenever you can watch with us. And to help me talk about this, because seriously, I cannot listen to myself for 3 hours. I have these amazing and talented and wonderful panelists. There is my wonderful brother and producer, Tom. There are, look at these talented writers, these talented published artists, Laura Nettles and Charlie Dorset. And off camera is the Chaos Steamer.
Yeah, Steamer. I unmuted because she was doing introductions, and I was gonna say hi, y'all. I told you I am unmuting.
And Laura, of course, is not only an animator herself, as in Nettles Animation, but is also loves Disney and is a accomplished writer and author as well. And we are very lucky to have her on her short little mini vacation.
I didn't spend the last 2 hours putting together frames and putting up my Disney vacation photos from 2019 in it. Totally not. I didn't do that.
No, not at all.
No. It turned out great.
Oh, that's wonderful.
There's 24 photos up now.
Nice.
Nice. Good job. So, shorts. Where shall we start?
I don't know.
How about what shorts are good for? Like what is sort of the short storytelling style? So what do we take away from it? Which is shorts are all about emotional arcs. You can't get into a lot of nuance. So it has to all be big emotions. And one of the uses for this for all writers to take away is the emotional arc, whether it's a short, a drabble, or a novel, or, a series, is what takes the reader through the story and keeps them involved in it. If you don't have an emotional arc, you've just got information, and your reader's not going to stay interested. You need those emotions to hold their attention. And that's what these shorts are good at. They're going to hold your attention for a short time. And so you can look at it and study and go, okay, but what was it that made me pay attention so much?
And that's why authors like H.P. Lovecraft are remembered to this day, when a lot of contemporary horror writers who may have been better at certain skills, like Clark Ashton Smith and others, are not as remembered because he didn't have a lot of words. So all of the stories are, oh, honey, something weird happened. Let me tell you. And they're all about that something weird. And you don't have time to meander that much. And if you've read any of his novels, like The Strange Case of Charles Dexter Ward, or At the Mountains of Madness, or The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, you know that he was fond of the meandering wander. You can't do that in a short story at all, and it's what makes him memorable. If you actually look at a lot of the people that have come down to us to this day that we talk about as being some of the greats of literature, a lot of them wrote a lot of these really short, punchy stories.
Mm-hmm.
That even if that's not what you think of, like both Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer are a collection of short stories about these characters, much more than they are novels.
Yes, I agree.
Charles Dickens was writing serialized fiction, which is a series of short stories that are connected in some way. And that's why when you look at a lot of the people whose stories come down to us, they are these people that were writing either serialized content, short form fiction, or directly for an audience that they would not be able to write again if the audience did not laugh, cry, or whatever the purpose of that play was intended to do, because it has to have that immediate gratification. And that's what you learn in doing short stories, is giving that immediacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if your first 2 paragraphs in a novel don't grab the attention of the reader, why should they give you longer to prove?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the secret of Star Wars' success, is all of the first 3 original movies are short films that are thematically connected together. He thought about these movies in terms of what would fit on a film reel. So this is the story for reel 1, reel 2, reel 3, reel 4, reel 5, and reel 6. And
We've
so
got we've got Dagobah.
Yeah, if you actually watch those movies, they are 6 interconnected stories that move one to the next, some more seamlessly than others. But they're 6 independent stories that connect together. You can even see this in the prequels, where he did this very explicitly, because he wasn't limited by film anymore. But he was very clear, this is how many minutes fit on a film, reel. And still did that there. Being able to have that brevity is what lets you have that immediate punch. You have to know who Uncle Ben is really early. Why is Ben important? Why does Luke care? Why you have to be as invested in Ben's death when Darth Vader kills him as Luke is, or that moment has no impact. So there's no time to meander like happens in a lot of modern sci-fi movies, and like happens in the Star Wars sequel movies that are written as films. They don't have this need for these discrete story arcs. That's
And
the
that
one
is
thing that they forgot.
and that is where Lucas's friends and future wife really came to the rescue, because they're the ones who drastically re-edited
Yep.
a lot of the stories, especially that first one, to create that immediacy.
Yeah.
Because I'm not
You
trying
know-
to say that you will immediately have a legacy if you write short fiction or something like that. It's
No,
just,
but it helps.
this is like how you can see it really helping. Like even when you go into a lot of like Shakespeare, unlike his contemporaries, because he had such a mixed audience, he wasn't just writing for the rich elite who wanted to feel puffed up. He was writing for a full crowd. Each act is a story.
It's a standalone.
It's
Almost.
and they connect to each other. So having that punchiness, being able to tell that story that's like, oh, but wait, what happens next? Because as we know, all good short stories should leave you with that feeling of, but what happens next?
Yes.
Mhm.
The true delightful cruelty of writers.
But like that is also like what you can see that people like so much about middle grade fiction is every chapter. Like an easy case in point is Rick Riordan's stories. Each one of those chapters is its own little story. And they lead overall to an eventual, resolution. But each chapter can be taken on its own. And you'll still be entertained.
And this is also the popularity of manga and anime, because Japanese storytelling, and I've got videos about this on my channel if you want more information, but is based on this Kisho Tenketsu model, where in manga, every page is supposed to have an arc. That Kisho Tenketsu arc is supposed to be on every page, every chapter, every book, every volume, every season. It's a nesting doll of these story arcs. And when you learn to start crafting your story with this, it feels like a lot more intricacy than it really is when you're doing it in there. The stories become so much more compelling because all the little people matter to you. Nothing feels like a filler episode, or it doesn't feel like you're just meandering. Like, why did I have to meet the flower girl? Well, you met the flower girl because that's Eris, and she's part of this long tradition. She's the last of her kind, and you're going to cry when Sephiroth kills her. You want that sense of every character matters, and getting better with the short writing makes you have to make that character matter quickly.
Or, the classic fun thing for the old geeks. So tell me about Tom Bombadil.
Right. Yeah. Oh.
And watch as they all go, I don't have 4 hours right now. Don't do that to me.
Oh, I almost muted my mic and started a lecture in the house.
I find also that with short stories, it's a great way to dip your toe into a genre. When Junji Ito came on the scene, all he did were shorts. He didn't do the long form Uzumaki or Tomie or anything like that, or Gyo, until after he had already started to develop his artistic style with these short stories and developing his outside the box thinking with his monsters and just honing that in. And then when he did go to long form, especially with Uzumaki, each chapter is a little like a vignette of there's this horror and there's this horror and oh my gosh, it's connected, and oh no, it explodes all over the place. Like, it's just really cool. Also with PTSD Radio, each chapter is like 3 to 7 pages of illustrations, and then you're going back and forth between radio stations, so between different characters and timelines.
Mhm.
But they all connect together, and each little chapter is a complete scare. And so you have a little 3-page scare, then you have a 7-page scare, then you have a 5-page scare. And then it's like, oh my gosh, they're all connected, and what is happening? So it's really cool how complete little stories can all combine into a bigger picture.
And I test pilot all of my stories, all of my settings, all of my characters in a short story. Those shorts may never see the light of day, and a few of them have. So, for example, if you want to see an example of this, if you go to my Dragons of Night World Anvil site, I actually have up this fake magazine article that was the first short story that I wrote in that setting, because I had an idea for the setting, and I was like, can this carry a story? Is this interesting enough to carry a story? And if I am bored by the story I write, something is wrong with the setting, with the characters, or with the idea, and I know that it needs to bake more. So it's a really good way to audition your early ideas and see what's worthy of going forward and what's not. Because if the character, like if it's all just, because sometimes an idea for me is as simple as I have this image of, and I have to backfill and figure out, well, how does that event happen? And so I will write the short story of that event. And is it as compelling as I thought it would be once it's written out? If the answer is yes, now start moving backwards. What led to that? How did that happen? Is that the inciting incident, or is that the culmination of the plot? But feeling that out with short fiction is a lot easier than writing an outline, because outlines, I hate to say this because I know there are a lot of plotters out there, but there are things that are wonderful in outline form that are boring as hell in a story. And by test piloting these things, you get to a place where you can start seeing what is working, what is not working. Does this magic system work? Let me write a wizard that uses this magic system in a situation that might happen in the story. And you can test it out. You can see if it works, if it makes sense. You can hand it off to a friend. And if they're like, I have no idea what happened. Why is any of this? Oops. Okay, I need to fix this and make it work better. So that's a really good use for shorts when you're playing around with things, because it will save you a lot of development time, because it's much easier to fix a short story than a novel. And especially when the thing that you have to fix is something that will be very important to your novel, you're doing both at the same time. But diagnosing the problem in a full book is a nightmare, because it could be any of a number of things. In a short story, whether you're writing a tone poem where you're testing the mood, whether you're writing a vignette where you're just trying to make the setting as fascinating as it could possibly be, or whatever form of short story you're writing, you know what the problem is immediately. This setting is boring. This vignette does not interest me at all. How can I make the setting more interesting?
Yeah, you build up the XPs real quick with short story form.
Yeah.
I mean, case in point, going back to the manga, Rumiko Takahashi, who's probably one of the most beloved mangaka ever for all of her series. The same one who did Ranma Half. Of course, I can't remember any of them now all of a sudden. Meisani Koku. What's the one with the necklace that makes the demon have to sit?
Isn't that Inuyasha?
Yeah. Inuyasha. She mostly was writing these at a breakneck pace, these little short stories to go out every week to then illustrate. But so she was essentially just making these little short story vignettes that were, 9 to 12 pages in a magazine. every week, and she's just doing a short story idea, but it grabs your attention and she slowly changes and builds up story. And that is what brought people back. It wasn't, overly complicated characters. You could just pick up this character, this manga at any point and read a story from there and go, oh, this is really interesting. I want to keep, seeing what happens to these characters. But you didn't have to know how the characters started.
So one of the things that teachers who are teaching writing come across a lot, whether we're talking about memoir, nonfiction, or fiction, less experienced writers have a tendency to make characters that are not full-fledged 3D people. And part of the problem with that is, as the reader, we don't relate to them as well. We have a hard time kind of grasping them and who they are. And what I like about short stories is, in order for a short story to work, you're going to have to use characters that, frankly, are a little bit more simplified. They're a little bit easier, like, I hate to say it, but they're a bit more stereotypical. And because our society says, oh, stereotypes are so terrible. But you know what? Stereotypes are wonderful in writing, in reading stories. And when you meet characters who are a bit more stereotypical, it's easier for the reader to, okay, I know who you're talking about. I know the kind of person you're talking about. Here, let me...
It's shorthand.
Yeah, get to the plot. Because I want the arc. I want the adventure, the emotions, whatever's happening. Get to the good stuff. And it is a good exercise for less experienced writers to start understanding, what do you have to include about a character and what is superfluous or distracting to the reader about a character. Because that is like got to be, for me as somebody who teaches writing, who has taught writing for off and on 25 years now. Oh God, it is the most frustrating thing, because trying to get through to a student who has made the main character a self-insert, and to get through to them to understand, we do not understand this character. You understand this character because we can all tell this is you. But you have not accurately painted this character for us as the readers. So we do not understand this character's motivation, this character's background, or why is this character even going to all this trouble? They seem insane. They just seem insane. Because often when it's a self-insert, to the reader, that character is going to come off as just batshit. So, and to get that through to a inexperienced writer when they're like, how dare you say that about me? And it's like, I'm not saying it about you. I'm saying it about this character. You are going to have to emotionally separate from your self-insert a little in order to make this a story anyone else will ever care about. And it's very difficult when the inexperienced writer has made a self-insert, because they just don't seem to want to hear that about this. Their main character is confusing and is not well portrayed, is not three-dimensional.
Or they're a Mary Sue.
Oh, God.
Hey, Glory, continue to tell me about your adventures editing your mother.
I actually wasn't thinking about my mom. I was thinking about this other guy.
Because these are all your original. These are all your first time you were really a story editor. These are all the problems you had working with our mother.
Yes.
And taught of she didn't realize that just how much it was a self-insert, even though most of the time it was supposed to be her, but it was a fictionalized version. And she held so much onto it. And it's like, but the readers don't know this. They don't know your background.
And she wouldn't really kind of introduce this character in her short stories to the reader before she got onto the story. And that was a problem. Because we're like, who is this person? It could just be like a cardboard cutout of a human being. I don't even know the gender or the background. Like, she's telling these stories about visiting the Philippines, in the backwoods of the Philippines. And I'm like, I literally don't even know the nationality of this character, of the person, of you. because I know it's you, because I've heard this story like a bajillion times already. I'm only 12 and I've already heard it a bunch. But the reader hasn't yet. Nope, don't touch my
Sometimes
coffee. Go on.
for
Yeah.
my drabbles, I don't know the gender. That's not important to the emotion or the moment that I am exploring in the 100 words. Like, I have one where an astronaut gets their visor nicked by a little piece of debris and it cracks it, and so they are freezing. I don't know what their gender is. It doesn't matter. I don't know how old they are. It's just zooming in on that one particular moment and getting rid of what doesn't matter and focusing.
Well, in her story, in this particular one about being in the backwoods of the Philippines, it has to do with the fact that she needed a toilet. And they're like, can you not just go to the field like everyone else? And she's like, no, not for what I need to do. And their gender plays a role in this story because she did not want to just show her privates to everybody. And again, like, but she did not introduce the character, so nationality and how she feels about her own gender and what are her gender norms are written in, but without her introducing the character. So it's like, are you just shy to show your testicles? Like, what is happening here? But I see what you're saying about it depends on your story.
Mhm.
And what is playing a role in there. But also, Laura, if I may say, and maybe I'm wrong on this, because I do remember at least one version of that drabble that you've read out loud to me. I don't know if it was the final version, but it did not seem like a major self-insert.
No. I've never been to space.
Same, honey, same. But my point was that there's nothing wrong with a self-insert character. There is something wrong with not fully introducing a character if that is what is necessary in the story. Like, so for instance, your astronaut story, we do need to know they're an astronaut, i.e. they're in space and they're in a suit. We need to know that in theory, this is not a total surprise to them that they're in a suit in space. You know, like, we need to know a little bit about him versus if you had just started in on that drabble without even like explaining space. It affects your suit. Like, it matters. The vacuum is dangerous. You know, that is important part of the introduction in your drabble. But if you had just gone straight into the rock or the debris breaking the suit, it might have been more confusing for the reader at first of like, what is happening? Why does it matter? Like, I mean, like,
because we're in space.
Yeah, because we don't necessarily, but if you didn't introduce the character in the setting, that would have been confusing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what
it
I'm
doesn't take much, but you do know you're outside of a spaceship in space.
Right. Mm-hmm. That matters. And one of the issues I've come across when teaching writers about technique is when they do a self-insert, they have a tendency to not introduce the character because they know the character so well, it is them. And so that is the issue in there. But with short stories, it's easier for them to see that this is the problem. And that's why I think it's very important for writers to practice short stories, even if they have no intention of becoming known as a short story writer.
Also, I just want to throw this in there because there's been so much bad faith criticism out in the world right now. A Mary Sue is not a capable female character who does things, which seems to be how a certain segment of the criticism industry has decided to define this term. A Mary Sue is every action hero of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
The world revolves around them.
Everything.
Is that not just every person? Like,
no. Here's the line.
Around me.
Here's
every Arnold Schwarzenegger character.
Laura, my sweet Laura, your neurodivergency is showing right now. Because if I may be so bold, I would say the vast majority of neurotypicals do secretly believe that the world, in fact, revolves around them.
They don't apologize when they knock into somebody and stuff like that. Like,
Nope.
No.
yeah.
No, that has to be taught to them to be polite. And that's
That was other people's fault for running into them.
Yeah, for not paying attention to them.
Yeah.
Because after all, they are the center of the universe. You should be paying attention. Everyone in the universe should be paying attention to them. I'm so sorry. I am not joking. This has been my struggle as a teacher of neurotypical children of like, I have to, they only apologize.
Don't cut in line.
Yes. Because they think they're entitled to.
Yep.
No, like so that is why manners have to be taught. And so they do it for social reasons, not because they don't want to be a rude person. Like, no, for realsies. A lot of human beings genuinely believe secretly, like they won't admit it to other people, but they do believe a little bit that the universe revolves around them and the universe only exists for them to have a place to be. So, yeah.
Although I have to say, this does definitely show that Laura has not read, watched, or listened to, what was it? The Restaurant at the End of the Universe by Douglas Adams.
No.
Because in there, the ultimate punishment device the galaxy has come up with for an individual, I kid you not, is to be put in a little black box. And all it does for a moment is it impresses into your brain the concept of the universe and how tiny you are in the universe. And most beings, it drives insane. Because that is the neurotypical response. Wait, I'm not the center of the universe? I don't register actually on the size of the universe? Is something they can't deal with in their own personal storyline.
Mm-hmm.
They burnt Giordano Bruno at the stake because they couldn't accept. Because the thing that people get wrong about why he was killed, he said that other civilizations existed on other planets. That was the thing that he was actually condemned for. Because if there are other people out there, we are not the most important thing ever. That's what he got killed for.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Or what's his name? Not Copernicus, the other one. Galileo. Yeah, because again, it was like, no, the universe revolves around Earth because the Earth is an extension of moi. And Galileo was like, guess what? My lenses tell me otherwise. My calculations tell me otherwise. And that was why he was imprisoned. The priests, the Catholic Church, whatever, made it very clear that it was because of that. That you can't say that the universe does not revolve around us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, those were primitives. The Italians, that was like centuries ago. We're all evolved now. Excuse me, flat earthers. Anyway.
Anthropocentrism is a huge problem where they think that the universe only exists for us.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you just start explaining things like we have discovered that whales, dolphins, and elephants have language and probably a lot of other animals too. I remember we were talking about a new study, this was years ago, about dolphin language that was being done. And this guy at this restaurant just wanders over to our table. Never met him before in my life. Are you saying that the dolphins are better than us? Like that was his takeaway from hearing us talking about this study that had just come out about how we had deciphered some language, some words in dolphin, and could actually be like, want the ball? You know, like we could have like, would you like a fish? Would you like a ball or a fish? Like, do you want to play or do you want to eat? Like we found a way to do like very simple conversation. And his response in public, in front of God, his peers, and all the strangers was, are you saying the dolphins are better than us?
Like, how does that make a dolphin better than me, than humans?
That's the self-centeredness.
Like, so delicate. So yes, with love, I say your neurodivergency is showing, sweetheart. I know, because it's mine too. Because when Tom and I read The Restaurant at the End of the Universe, I was ahead of him. And I came to him and I said, have you read this part yet? And he said, no. And I'm like, all I'm going to tell you is it was just so reassuring. Hey, guess what, Tom? The universe does not revolve around us. The pressure is off. And, and he was like, oh, good to know. Because he was like right before that section of the book. And then he read it like that day or the next day. And he comes to me, he's like, you're right. It is such a relief, isn't it? It's like, yes, it's in a story. It does, like, the world does not hinge on us and what we do and how we live our life. How liberating is this idea? And whenever Tom and I were really stressed growing up, we would reread that section of the book of like, as a reminder, the world does not hinge on us. It's fantastic. Hello, Jenna. We've had so many people in the chat because we all just jumped right into this pool. Hello, Jenna. Hello, CB, Heather, Maggie. Eva was in there at some point.
CB.
I just say CB.
And I just have to violence against
Harry.
Maggie for just a minute. No, orcas aren't the ones that are better than this. It's belugas. Look, just read into beluga whales, man.
You mean how they go get everybody's cell phones when they drop them in the Baltic Sea?
Belugas will go and rescue each other. Belugas look out for each other. Like, their cultures are fascinating and profound.
Versus orcas are the college bros of the mammalian ocean.
They mess with other animals in the sea for funsies, not because they're hungry. Okay? They're jerks. But I agree. Beluga whales are sweethearts.
Orca moms will kill a seal. Well, not kill, injure a seal and throw it to her children to play with.
Oh, yeah.
Not to eat, but to play with. Here's your toy, kids.
Gotta keep
Belugas are where it's at.
Yes. So one thing that I think is that even though we're not the centers of the universe, we still have amazing emotions and things to explore.
Yes.
And I think you can do that very well in short little things where you can just boil things down to what's the problem, how do I feel about it, and how does it change? And how does it change me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I can just hit the both philosophical and scientific crux of this problem, is that we are not the center of the universe, and that the universe does not literally bow to our will. But one of the most fascinating things that we have learned from the Big Bang is the center was everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever you are standing in the center of the universe. No matter where you go, you are standing in the center of the universe.
Reality is wild, y'all.
Because the center was everywhere. There is no place that was outside of the center of the universe. Like, once you actually get what inflationary theory means, it is mind-blowing that everyone and everything, no matter how far apart, is still technically at the center.
And bring it back to the short story. It's also a fun, easy way to you can write those stories and then get people's feedback on those feelings.
Yes.
And see if this is the direction you want to take that story in or not.
And that can be very, very important, because there are stories that can be taken way too seriously that would actually benefit from being taken lighter, and vice versa. And trust me, please hear my words. Find that out in a short story, not in a novel. That's a lot harder to change once you have tens of thousands of words.
Although if you know what you're wanting, it's more of like,
what's the experience?
Certain people in the discussion in chat of, tell me those tears you had. Tell me the investment you had in the character.
But I mean, you can hone those arcs so much faster.
Mm-hmm.
and gain those experience points so much quicker when writing a short story versus a long form story. So you can accelerate your skill level as a storyteller, as a writer, as a creative person by crafting short stories. And then, yeah, honestly, like, you just string them together and call it a book. I mean, it worked for Dickens, right? It worked for Twain, Samuel Clemens. It works for so many people. Just, don't worry about it.
That's probably going to be like every book I do going forward. Because I like writing serials, and I like the low stress of telling the story, knowing I'm done with the story, but then, but the characters, then they did this.
So, specifically about the I Am Groot, since this is what we figured we'd talk about the first hour. In each of these little shorts, Groot is in one idea, one mindset, and then the arc comes, the adventure comes when something changes. And then there's every ending of the short has a twist, and that is part of the how you know it's an ending, what signals it's an ending, but also what makes it sort of I saw what you did there, very nice. And so it's a payoff. It's a payoff ending, which of course you definitely want readers to feel that it was worth reading because they're going to get a payoff. That's part of the dopamine.
Yeah, I really feel like I Am Groot shorts were sort of a roast of Shyamalan's need for twists, because
Yes.
these were all actually good, surprising twists that did not detract from the story. They were all, it was all part of the story, and you now just understand the story better. And it's not upsetting or changes, the entire purpose of the story. It just changes your understanding of it.
Also, what I noticed Tom said after watching all the Groot shorts is, this really, as a whole, the whole, whatever, 5 or 6 of these really show, because there has been discussion from people about, Groot is a really nice one. I don't know why he's so much nicer than Rocket, versus what you really see in the shorts is, no. Those two deserve each other. Groot is not some sweet angel. He's a little psycho in his own way. It's just he expresses it maybe a little differently. But definitely, like, I felt by the end of the shorts that it really illustrated why Groot and Rocket are best friends.
Yeah.
Why they are ride or die for each other. Because you really get to know Groot's core personality in these shorts, even though they are just adorable little shorts of a little toddler Groot. I mean, like, anyone who's ever raised toddlers is like, yep, that's toddlers right there.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. They succeed at a thing a lot of this kind of entertainment gets wrong, in that they are a wonderful example of all ages content. They're just a good story. Yes, it's a little simple. Yes, they've been simplified down to just the essential elements. So yes, a small child can enjoy this, but they're not talking down and infantilizing the child like a lot of kids' entertainment does, which allows for old, teenagers, adults, parents to come in and enjoy this content too. Mm-hmm. And I know we bring up the money every now and then on these things, but that's the real secret to success in this industry. Star Wars makes billions of dollars because the kids love it, the parents love it, the teenagers love it. It speaks to all ages. The stories are simple enough for a kid, but have enough complexity or jokes or whatever in it for an adult. Mm-hmm. This is one of the things that Robert Rodriguez got really good when he did the Spy Kids movies. That he was making all ages movies and kind of reminded Hollywood that all ages is a thing. This is what Disney has always been the master of in all of its incarnations when it's really good, and the movies that really fail. Like, we don't talk about This Great Love for Oliver and Company, because that is a kid's movie with really inappropriate jokes by Cheech Marin. That's supposed to make it all ages, but they're just really inappropriate jokes by Cheech Marin.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a kid's movie. All ages content can be tricky to make because you can't have too much darkness, you can't have too much tragedy, because you don't want to terrify a child. It's kind of the Lion King conundrum, right? How dark can the story get before you need to age gate it away from the smaller kids? Because I know a lot of kids that their first trauma was Mufasa.
Mm-hmm.
And the I Am Groot shorts do a really good job in this, in that they have moments of pathos where you're like, oh no, like, you really, like, that should not have happened. That's bad. And you have that kind of shock to the system, but they're simple enough that they're not going to terrify a child and scar a child. But the ramifications of them are something that child, when they watch that a little bit older, will see it just a little bit different and be like, oh, that's really what was bad here. And you can continue that discussion. And that's something that is getting rare in a lot of kids' media.
Mm-hmm.
Because these are clearly like, let's do a Guardians of the Galaxy for children. Like, that was the initial pitch for the I Am Groot series. Like, you can see it in the way that they did the animation for it. But the brilliance of it is that it's stuck with this all ages. So if you're a fan of the movies, this is the Groot from the movies. They didn't have to dumb down the character, simplify down the character from the Groot that we've met before. But they also did not traumatize the children with stuff that the children are not ready to psychologically cope with. So they're really good for learning that skill.
And something else that I Am Groot really brings out well, aside from in any good story, you need at least one, if not two, shocking surprise twists that changes the arc of the story from what you expected at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But also, since Groot is, a child in these, that's all big emotions. And that is great for a short story, is all we have is big emotions. We go from one big emotion to the next big emotion to the next big emotion. And that's fine, because we can sort of, semi-hold our breath for 5-10 minutes of how long these stories go on. You can't do that in a full length novel or a full movie. You need to give people breaks where they can, reset on that roller coaster ride. But a roller coaster ride of 2-3 minutes of just woo is fun and exciting, and you know what you're going in for. And that's, where you're testing out and getting that experience for the high points with short stories. You can see, like, will I get people's adrenaline running if I do this type of story? Will I get them feeling this feeling of compassion for the character if I do this? Or what about that? And I can just test out all these different ideas. And that's why I thought I Am Groot really did well, was just these, it's just one big emotion to the next. The excuse being that Groot is young.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why the short form works so well for it. And it is what, we like about Laura's short stories as well, is they are, for the most part, going to be high emotion. You know that going in with a short story.
Mm-hmm.
When it's a longer short story, yeah, you start to get more buildup as you are gaining the adrenaline. You don't want the adrenaline to start at 10. You kind of want it to start at 2 and ramp up. But you get to test out, can I build up that kind of tension? Or can I build up that feeling of love? Or whatever the big emotion is. And yeah, that's why that's why I thought the Groots did so well.
When it's longer, you have time for more lingering, establishing shots, more buildup of dread with the little things. instead of just going straight for the impact.
Mm-hmm.
Because when it's longer form, you need breaks. You need time to breathe instead of in between shorts where you can breathe.
And with shorts, you can just finish a story and take a moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you're reading a good story, you just keep going, and it's like, but what happens on the next page? I mean, that's what, Glory loves about Terry Pratchett, / occasionally curses Terry Pratchett for. Because she started reading Terry Pratchett to go to sleep, and then she'd be awake for hours.
In his adult books, there's no chapters. I did not realize this and could not understand why. Why am I I'm just reading one chapter. And then the chapter never ends. It's called the whole book. And I'm not going to tell y'all how many books it took for me to realize that was the problem. It was more than one book. Before I realized it's not that I'm not noticing the chapter heading and I just keep reading. It's just he apparently doesn't believe in chapters for adults. I had never seen a traditionally published novel that didn't have chapters before. It was my first.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that when he was writing, children's books were just called chapter books.
Yeah.
And so, well, obviously, adult books don't have chapters.
Well, according to him, his publisher for children's books made it very clear there's chapters or we don't publish. Because there will be a riot if we don't put chapter headings in, because parents will never be able to say, okay, we'll read one chapter tonight and then you have to go to sleep. And so if it contains no chapters, the parents will not buy your next book. So children's books have to have chapters. And he was like, fine, well, the adult ones don't then. Because in his earlier published books for adults, there are chapter headings. They're very uneven, but they do exist. And it was just because he was like, well, fine, I just don't want to worry about it then with adult ones.
Bless you.
Bless you, Tam. It's not allergy season already.
Couldn't get to that mute button fast enough.
Yeah, it's okay.
Come to the swamp. It's always allergy season. It's just whatever you're allergic to changes.
Pretty much.
I can hear somebody's about to carve. All right.
Oh, it's Brian.
I know. Well, like, I can see Tom, and Tom does not have a knife and steel, so...
I know. I could see him being sneaky about it.
Perish the thought. Speaking of, how about we take a little breaky break? And when we come back, we will talk about 3 21st century shorts from Disney. Us Again, Feast, and Paperman. Most people have, I think, in theory, seen these. Us Again has the older couple dancing in the rain. Feast has that adorable little, like, French bulldog eating everything. And Paperman is that romantic one in black and white with the paper airplanes. So when we come back for the next hour, we will talk about those 3. And then in the third hour, we will talk about 3 classic Disney cartoons, including The Old Mill, an Academy Award nominated, I think, in theory award. I think it won something. It won something in theory. And look, I'll put it this way. As a child, I had to watch all of these. They are newly available on VHS. So guess what? Y'all do too. No, that's not actually why I put them in. They are,
I love
however,
the Old Mill.
I do. I like them all. These are my favorites, actually. These are the ones. These 3 classic. Well, 4, I think, actually, because there's. Is it 3 or 4? Winter Storage, Mickey's Trailer, The Old Mill, and Goofy's Freeway Travel. So there are 4. These are the ones that stayed with me for now decades. Because my parents and daycare and all these other adults in my life, they loved these, and they made sure that as children we watched these as well. And these are good. Now, with Winter Storage, I will say, I actually included that one because I feel like it's a too many editors spoil the plot. And I kind of wanted to talk about, here's a Disney one that almost works, but doesn't quite. But I think it's mediocre enough that all of y'all will have ideas of how you could write it better. And I thought we needed to include one of that nature. So anyhow, so we will see y'all on the other side. What a wonderful time to make sure that you have something to drink. Maybe a little snacky snack, or a little stretch your legs, or how is your bladder doing? Is it well? Give it my best regards. And we'll see y'all in a few minutes. Wrong button. Sorry. Meepity meep. Meepity 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 meep. Meepity meep. Meepity 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 meep. Come back wherever you are. Well, hello.
I'm not saying
The
that I
short is
watched
almost
Us
over.
again.
You're not saying what, Charlie?
I'm not saying that I watched Us again.
All the tears, yes. Frickin' hell.
Because I can't hear her talk about it without watching it again.
That's
The
the one I
emotion-
just watched during the
Yeah.
break.
The emotional arc of Us Again. Oh, it gets me right in the feels every
Oh.
time.
The stupidly good music.
Yes. The facial expressions.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
The really good, I'm assuming, mocap. Because
Mhm.
if an animator did that without mocap, where are their awards? Like the fluidity of the dancing.
But yeah, like one of the things I have come to understand about myself as an adult is, in a true classic, I don't know about quote unquote regular humans. But I know for me, what I am actually attracted to / I find attractive in others is in D&D what's described as charisma. And it is the body and facial expressions that people utilize to communicate emotions and thoughts and feelings that I am most endeared to people through or repulsed. Is how well they use both their body and their faces, especially to do that. And like Us Again, both of those, the two main characters, emote so well.
Mhm.
I mean, that it is hard not to feel for them, to understand the emotions they're going through right now and how they're just trying to live in the moment. And you just want to be there with them and like, yeah, I want to feel this too. I want to have this experience.
Mhm.
And it really shows what we were talking about earlier with like diegetically. I don't think anybody in this thing has a name.
No, I don't think so.
I keep forgetting to look when I'm watching it to see like when he's holding up the pictures if there are any labels or anything. I don't remember it. I just watched it again. I don't remember seeing those, but again, I didn't think till the very end
Mhm.
of oh crap! I meant to look to see if they have names.
I mean, that is the power of a good short. Of it contains all the information you need and want at the time. And it doesn't have any extraneous information, so you're not looking for it. You're not distracted. You are there, present with the story.
But also that leaving you wanting more because I don't want to refer to them as them.
Mhm.
I don't want to. Their story is so endearing
Mm.
and heartfelt. I need to know who they are. It's
Yeah, you need more. You need to know more about them.
yes.
You want to hear the whole
And the
thing.
fact that I don't even know their names gets me.
And that's where you'll actually see a lot of people, which is fascinating to watch. I love this in human psychology. Won't even realize, but since they haven't been given names, a lot of people will actually supply names in their heads to them because they feel so personally connected.
Mhm.
And we want to have personal relationships with them. So, you will hear people refer to so-and-so with masculine and feminine names of like these characters, like there are no names.
Okay, I did look it up. His name is Art. Her name is Dot.
Dot.
Can't.
Art and Dot. Yep.
Like a lot of times when you are animating something, that model names and the assets do have character names, even if the character names are never revealed in the actual short.
Mhm.
Like the fish dude in The Shape of Water. I know his name. Our asset was his name, but it was never reeled in the movie.
I mean, that's what I
It
love.
wasn't Fish Dude, was it? You just said Fish Dude, so I was like, it wasn't Fish Dude, right?
No.
Okay, good.
Like,
Can you
that's-
imagine if the asset's name was Fish Dude?
I can totally imagine that.
Yeah, that's why I was like, did they name him?
Also,
Fish
I can hear Guillermo del Toro saying, "Okay, now Fish Dude is going to do this."
Dude? Right? Yes.
You hear that in his voice with
And
his
that's why I was
accent,
like, oh my god, was it Fish Dude?
and it's so natural sounding.
But like that's what I loved in the cartoon series reboot. Was the part of the joke and the I forget what you call it, of the series was this is what the computer artists would name these things and call them. So we're just going to call it in the series that. I mean, really, dot matrix. By the way, you're muted, Laura.
So are they called Final 2? Final for real this time?
Not till the last season, which was a mini movie.
You're killing me, Laura.
But like, the characters are dot matrix. Enzo. Like, I mean, don't forget, this started in the 80s
Okay.
when they were coming up with reboot, though they didn't make it till the early 90s. I mean, it took so much processing time for those episodes back then.
Mm.
But yeah, no, they did bring in final stuff at the in the last season.
Nice.
But yeah, so we
Yeah.
were talking about like, the new shorts that Disney's been doing, and in part because when they brought in Pixar pointed out that the only way to really grow and develop personnel to take over as people age out is you have to give them smaller jobs doing that to see how they perform. You just can't tell without them on the job to see what they do.
It's also a great way to test new technologies
Mm-hmm.
and to figure out what all the bugs are that you need to fix to be able to scale it up to a full-on movie production.
Yeah, you don't want to figure that out in the middle of a full movie production.
Wait,
Like
you
new
mean
shaders, new lighting, new hair.
we can only do 200 strands of hair and we need 5,000? Oh no. Yeah.
Merida, what?
I'm just having flashbacks to all of the behind the scenes for Toy Story. Yeah, we didn't realize everything that would be involved in this, or some of us probably did, but we didn't listen to them. And we should have. Like, just, there's a lot of like head down, like, oh, we're gonna talk about that now. Okay.
Like even from Toy Story 1 to Toy Story 3, the textures wildly improved. Like everything changes, and so you got to keep up with it, and it's a great way to practice with shorts. And also it's a great way to do a trial run as like a new director or to be a new story writer. It's a great way to have training wheels for
And that's
something
what you
that is
really-
still impactful.
And that's what you hear from all these behind the scenes for these shorts, is them all going, I didn't know that this is how that would work out, or this is what it took. Or, the benefit of having, I think some of them said between 70 and 90 people, working on this one little 5-minute short, but what they each all added. And you just don't know that till you're in the middle of it trying it. And the same goes even as an individual for a writer. Those little short stories, you don't know till you write it out and see what happens. Like that is actually what keeps me writing some stories, is I know the ending. I know the overarching story, like the one I'm writing for the tragic playlist of country music. But I don't know what actually happens in each section till I write it out and let it play out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just as curious, I hope, as the readers will be.
And Us Again really shows the importance of pacing, because it knows when to be fast, when to be flashy, when to slow down, when to stop. because I don't think a lot of modern fiction understands sometimes you need that break in action. You need that stop to take in what has happened and what is happening. And that moment on the pier at the end where everything just stops and everything is still. And all of a sudden you're going, wait, where is she? Like the first thought that goes through your mind.
You better not have killed her off.
Right? Is this up again? Did you up me again? What are you like? But that moment of just static, paused, just no action, and the relief when he turns his head, like, because this is a company that has not been afraid to be like, don't you love these people? Oh, here's the trauma. Like you don't know when they're going to do that and when they're just going to make you smile. But getting to that pacing just right. Like if that stop had happened earlier, it wouldn't have had the impact. If it had happened later, it would have felt drawn out. Like it's just getting your pacing down is so important to all short fiction. But because this is not only a short, but it's essentially a silent film, because it's all conveyed through music, visuals, and facial expressions and body language, you have to have that pacing just right. And you can see them mastering this with something like WALL-E, which is a nonverbal film. No matter, there are some speaking characters in it. It is predominantly a nonverbal film.
Yeah.
And this is something I think a lot of us who like to do a lot of description forget. And yes, I am calling myself out here. Your pacing has to be spot on if you're going to stay out of the action for that long. You can have those moments of wild, lurid description, but your pacing has to be spot on. You can't linger on an image and make somebody tired of, and now we're going to talk about the doorknobs. Okay.
Oh, there's those mountains again for 5 more pages.
Oh, yeah. Tolkien, please stop.
You knew I was calling you.
My mind always goes to Gormenghast because, oh dear God, I feel like I could draw from memory every keyhole in this palace.
Yeah.
So another thing that I really liked about this short was you only see like one room in the house, and it's not super like decked out and stuff, but it's not white room syndrome. It is very, the whole point of that room is to be a juxtaposition of the dancing outside and the colorful lights outside and the bright colors of the clothing outside. And so it's a great foil for like.
But the room is still lived in. You still get the sense that this is where someone really lives.
But we don't need to get a floor plan of the entire house.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, although one of the things with Charlie describing the pacing, what that made me think of and realize is that is in good measure why I like was it Doom Patrol, Umbrella Academy, Doctor Who, and Star Trek Next Generation, is that pacing of where both the audience and the characters both get moments to have a breather and realize the situation they are in and process it before our next, mountainous ride on the roller coaster.
And not to keep hitting Discovery over the head, but it's what it got wrong. Like the biggest flaw that Star Trek Discovery has is, this character's dead, but everyone's still in danger, but we don't get to go back and actually mourn. Don't get a chance to actually see how that makes us feel. We never have a chance to process. And it makes the show, which has a lot of interesting things to say, has a lot of interesting plot elements to it, feel empty because you're so busy whirling around with all of the crazy action that's going on in the story you don't stop at any moment to think about what you just saw. You never have a moment for it to sink in, to settle in on you.
And versus we get that several times in Us Again.
Yes.
We get this sudden just stop and we see his face emote and we get those emotions of wait. But what does this imply? What should I do? And then we're going to go off again. And they pull us in every time.
Whoever does music for those shorts, dagnabbit.
I mean, humans have a weakness for music. It is why music plays such an important part in most religious ceremonies.
Like it's so simple, but it's so effective. Like,
yeah, humans do not have a way to resist the emotional effect of music.
And
you have to be very strongly conscious of it, actively, fighting it to not be emotionally pulled by music. It's part of being human. And when it's done well, it really has a great effect.
And going back to something else that Laura said, and I can't remember who made this analogy, but in how the room is sparse but not white room syndrome. I was watching a video the other day and somebody was talking about the problem with bad media analysis and going back to that one teacher that always asked, why are the curtains blue? And sometimes the curtains are blue because the curtains are blue. Like there's
I love when the authors respond with that of why are they blue? Because they had to be a color and this character, didn't mind blue. They didn't love it. They didn't hate it.
And I forgot who it was, but they kept going back to this beat over and over again where they would talk about another project and then come back to, well, why are the curtains blue? And the whole point of this is sometimes it does matter. Like the stuff that is in that room that you see does matter.
The picture frame with the picture.
The picture frame with the picture. There is a reason for some of this. But it's very easy, and why I hate that literary fiction is a genre, because it makes people think that they can write stories that will be remembered forever on purpose. Because when you think literature, you think this is going to be part of the Western canon. It gives you that sense of, I'm writing my immortality book. And it makes you invest way too much meaning into every little thing that's in the room. We can all name the fantasy writers that have this problem where you walk into the room and they can't just have a rug on the floor. No. This rug is made from the fur of this amazing, dangerous creature that they fought off in their youth. And this is their trophy. And it's not just a chair. You see, the chair is made from the remains of the pirate ship that tried to take them hostage, but they fought their way off. And everything has meaning. Everything in the room has meaning. And when everything does, nothing does.
Let's say it can all have meaning, but if the viewer, the audience's POV character is not requesting that information, then it's just background chatter. But if the character wants to know, and this can then inform their relationship between the POV and the other characters. But again, it has to have a purpose. It has to have a use.
Don't get me wrong. I love Zora Neale Hurston, and this is not about Zora Neale Hurston at all. But the damage that has been done to so many writers who have to have a fruit tree in their story to explain coming of age.
Oh, God.
No, you don't. Like, Their Eyes Were Watching God is a great book. It is a wonderful... I love this book. You are not writing this book. You are not her. Also, if you're writing in using vernacular spelling, make sure that you are an ethnographer who knows how vernacular spelling works. Like, that was her job. her actual day job that paid her bills was going around and cataloging how people actually talked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was her day job. That's how she paid her bills. Not everybody can or should do that. But this oversaturation of giving things symbolic meaning or exterior meaning when it doesn't need to be there. I think what makes this story work is we don't get like a montage. I could see this done badly in that we get a montage of their life together through all of these pictures on the wall and all of the good times, the bad times, and we overshare to the point where none of the surprises, none of the important moments later matter anymore because you've basically spoiled it through your trying to make this one scene significant. You have now rendered the later scenes insignificant. And
It's a cheat to get around expo dumping. It's still an expo dump.
yeah,
Dump is a dump.
yeah.
Sorry.
But that's the beauty of that moment of you're looking at that recliner, and we all know the people that are in love with their recliner. Like, no, yeah, we could go out, but chair. Don't you understand? Chair. And it's relatable things that are very much in that stereotype kind of place. But you know it. That's his comfy chair. He's sitting at his comfy chair in front of his watching window because you can lie, but everybody has a watching window somewhere in their house or apartment because you get bored and you want to drink your tea and just stare at something and the TV is boring right now. But because it's not oversaturated, because we don't have like...
Do I need to get you Rear Window?
No, I'm just saying, everyone has that place where there's this wonderful line in Next Generation where there's a new... It's the Ensign Rowe episode, and she goes to 10 forward, and she's standing staring out the window. And Guinan automatically knows what she's there for because everyone comes to this window to look at the stars and ponder their life. Because it's right at the front of the ship. All the stars are zooming past you. It is meaningfully symbolic for whatever you're going through in your life. Like, this is where I'm going. Is it where I want to be? Everyone stands and looks out this window. So there's no, like, she just goes and points it out when she's like, how do you know what I want? She's like, everybody comes to this window.
I love those lines of hers.
You're going through a thing, so you're going to this window because that's where people go when they're going through these things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a recognizable moment of, oh no, life sucks. I'm going to sit in my comfy chair and I'm going to stare out my, oh, why are you so drab window and be pensive and just think. It's a relatable moment, but it's not surrounded by all of the accoutrement of his life successes and failures. Because I've seen bad versions of this movie where there would be the watch that he got when he retired sitting on the table with a very clear emblem for the company that he worked for and 50 years of service very boldly printed on it. And all of this other backstory stuff that we don't need. It's not important. And that's the beautiful thing of keeping focused on what actually matters for the story.
I say good descriptive text is always tertiary to the story. It adds to the story, it gives you context, but the story would still happen without it, and the reader would still have a fun time, or the audience would have a fun time of the story without necessarily noticing any particular extra detail.
Yep.
That is how a good story of any length should go. Of where, yes, if you read on that watch 50 years of service, it informs you a bit of the character and who they are and what they're about to go into. But if you don't read it, you just see a watch, it doesn't change the story for you. It's still about the emotional arc of that character. And that is whether, the details need to be in there or not. Of, does it help add to the story of the character they're currently dealing with?
because there's enough there that the room feels lived in, but not so much there that you're like, wait a minute, let me pause and read all of the things that are here because I'm going to need to know this for the test later.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, you know, an easy case in point we can make right now is Laura's room that we can see. We can see all of these images are on her walls. We don't really need to know what all of them individually are, but seeing one or two would help, and essentially would very quickly imply, oh, she likes movies. She seems to like horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, she likes Disney to some degree. That's all we need to see of it. We don't need to know every single image and what age she was, how she got it, what it emotionally affected her.
Why
As
not?
the audience, we don't need to know that unless this is the room of her memories, and we're going to find out as we go through her full, you know, series of stories.
And why I murdered somebody.
Oh, actually, I was just thinking of all what was
Like
it?
the
Mario
Memory
64?
Palace?
No, Mario 64. You know, the one where he at the castle that he jumps through each of the images to go to a different world. Of, like, you know, where each image launches a story. Of that, like, you're overloading the audience. They can't remember all that. It doesn't have any anchor points. Like, that's the glory I know from education. You got to anchor information, and if it has no anchor, it will float away.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, like, when you see something like Inside Out do this really, really well, the information is there if you want it. When they're walking through the halls of memories, somebody thought about every memory in those. If you go back and actually pause it, there are different memories in in most of those bubbles. Like, somebody had to think about, animate a small clip to put into each and every one of those. We don't need to know what those memories are that they're walking through, that they're walking through. You just need to know that these are her memories. But if you get really interested and you go back and you start pausing it and you start looking at how much they understood this character, because it's immediate. Like, these are the super, super short stories that are hidden inside this movie where you're like, yep, I can see that's a happy memory. I don't even have to look at the color. That's definitely a happy memory. Oh, that's a sad one. I remember when I skinned my knee like that. I remember when, you know, but they didn't linger on them to the point where it's like, and now we have to learn her entire life story. Because I feel like, especially in long form fiction, but even in some non-proficient, let us say, short stories, where they feel like, no, you have to really understand this character. Let me tell you all of their grief, all of their pain. Like, nah. Sometimes less is more. What's the most important grief? What's the most important pain? What's the most important relationship? Focus in there. Because, again, I think we can all name a thousand shorts or movies or books that got that wrong and told us so much that we're like, I don't even know why any of you is important anymore.
Yeah. Versus in short form, it's very memorable if you can just get this across in a phrase. Suddenly you explain a character a great deal. Like, for whatever reason, what came to mind is I think it's technically a novella or something that Terry Pratchett wrote about Cohen the Barbarian.
Mm.
Or it might have just been like the first introduction of Cohen in The Color of Magic. But you know everything you need to know about this character by his first couple lines, and it's the response, because it's a parody from Conan the Barbarian about what every warrior wants to feel. You know, that one about, you know,
The lamentation of
yeah.
the women.
And Cohen comes in, who is an old, you know, well past retirement and just can't retire warrior. And his response to these, you know, great lines is, you know, good teeth and toilet paper.
Toilet paper and soup.
Soft toilet paper, sorry. Good teeth and soft toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that tells you everything you need to know about this character. This is someone who has lived through everything and realized it's all passing.
Mm-hmm.
But your daily life and the ability to enjoy it is what matters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you're really going for in these shorts, is how do I condense all that down that your reader will understand in a moment. And that is where these tropes and stereotypes come in handy. I forget, what were the other shorts?
So the next one to talk about is Feast, with the little dog, which I have now learned has a name. Thank you, Wikipedia. While licking a discarded fast food wrapper, a stray male Boston Terrier puppy spots a French fry dropped on the ground and eats it. James, the man who dropped the fry, offers a second one to the puppy and decides to adopt him as his pet. James names him Winston and begins feeding him portions of his own meals and junk food in addition to regular kibble.
And we know, and they're already right there relying on tropes, we know, which is a small dog is always hungry and happy for anything that humans are eating.
Always.
We don't need to know why Winston likes human food. This is not a question to
Or
us.
why is Winston a little Boston Terrier puppy living on the streets? Who would abandon an adorable puppy?
What monster?
Monsters.
Speaking
And
of dogs, I gotta take Roy outside. He's been crying. I'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of little monsters.
speaking of little monsters.
Adorable monsters.
Oh, I'm gonna go back and screenshot that. She has no idea.
Yeah, you need to clip it.
I dare you.
Oh, dear. A dare has been launched.
But yeah, we don't need these because these are stereotypes. These are assumptions we will already make, and we are
Speaking of
fine with
Oliver
that.
and Company.
Yeah.
Stray Life.
So we can go right into the real story, which is we are building this friendship and what kind of friendship these two characters have.
It is a food-based friendship.
And then how that changes
Mm-hmm.
and how that changes the dynamic of the friendship. And, do they want to stay friends?
Through all of the relationships and the breakups and
Shall I go ahead and read the rest of the Wikipedia plot?
Sure.
One day, James begins a relationship with Kirby, a waitress at a local restaurant. She persuades him to take up a healthier diet and lifestyle, but the change upsets Winston, as the leftovers James slips to him now consist of vegetables, which disgust him.
No
However,
ranch.
what?
that's
No
right.
ranch.
However, the couple break up after an argument, sending James into a deep depression and causing him to revert to his old eating habits. Winston is initially gleeful to eat junk food again, but he soon realizes James' low spirits. Seeing a piece of parsley that has reminded James of Kirby and the meals they used to prepare together, Winston decides to bring them back together and steals it, leading to a chase as he brings it to Kirby and overcomes several temptations of delicious food. James follows Winston to the restaurant where he reconciles with Kirby, and the two marry soon after. Winston, relieved that his master is happy again, is initially content to eat normal dog food. Sometime after the couple have moved into a new house, Winston spots a couple of meatballs that have rolled across the kitchen floor and eats them. Following the trail of sauce they have left behind, he reaches the base of a high chair occupied by the couple's infant child, who happily throws another meatball to him. As the film ends, Winston gets ready to feast on a tray of cupcakes knocked off a table by a guest at the baby's first birthday party. The arc, y'all.
I mean, that's a real emotional arc right there. That Winston changes a lot.
There's three main characters. Technically, there is a fourth, and that's the baby, but the baby here is used as a device. But we really have three distinct characters and enough identifiable differences that we can really feel that emotionally they are different people. There is Winston, who we very much learn to understand loves junk food, hates vegetables, and is not thrilled by dog food, even though initially he would have been content with just dog food.
And
But
knows what starvation is.
right? And he knows what starvation is. And then we have James, obviously a man who loves food. This is consistent throughout. And we have Kirby, the waitress, who wants to eat and live a healthier lifestyle, and who temporarily convinces James to adopt us as well. So we know enough about these three characters to understand a difference about them. They are distinctly different. They have different motivations and interests, although we do understand Winston and James get along very well because they both love junk food. And we can see where they definitely bonded over that when Winston was young. That much is made very clear. And then also the baby's love of meatballs. I'm just going to say, I feel like that was a nod to the baby takes after James at least a little bit. And so this is also in part why Winston and the baby will get along well. So we have this arc, and then we have, as most emotional arcs need, there's a conflict. In order to truly feel the highs, you have to have a low. In order to feel the lows, you have to have a high. That's just the nature of an arc, as you need this roller coaster. And we have it with the breakup, with the argument. And then where Winston loves James more than he loves junk food. So we know this is like a true love. When you're willing to self-sacrifice, as we then see demonstrated where Winston ignores several spilled delicious plates of food in order to lead James to Kirby, but food, restaurant food, that Winston values James' happiness over all of these momentary joys. So we now know that Winston also has a deep and abiding affection for James's happiness, even though he loves junk food. And all of this is made clear really without words needing to be used. I actually watched the Italian version of this on YouTube, and I felt like I missed nothing from not being able to understand Italian because there's hardly any language spoken anyway. It's all show, not tell.
And we feel for them the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
We
feel
have
for Winston living on the streets, just poor little puppy.
And we feel Winston's love for James.
For taking him off the streets. And also feeding him junk food.
And that they both bond through the food. Because they both like the same food. That is what they bond over.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we see Winston essentially make the choice, though, of Winston cares more about James than his stomach.
Mm-hmm.
But if James isn't happy, he's not happy now. It's not, Winston is not just using James as a means to an end.
Mm-hmm.
That is the real lesson we get in this short. Is that we see, Winston's developed a true, genuine bond. And is like, but if you're not happy, how can I be happy even with the food now?
Mm-hmm.
So I got to go make you happy. Oh, I'm going to regret this later.
Mm-hmm.
Type. And then at the very end, we do get a little bit of a moral ending of there is a reward for good behavior, for caring about others. More good can come in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Because that baby's going to be knocking over a lot of food for
so much for the next many, many years. I know it's one of the things Cassie loved about children.
Oh, yes.
All the dropped food.
She checked the legs of children everywhere for what have you dropped on you. So what can I figure out that you will in the future be dropping?
Yeah.
And if oh God, that's right. She never recovered mentally in some ways from that baby or toddler rather that had dropped, what was it, grape jelly on her feet?
No, it was a whole jar of Bama strawberry jam.
That's right.
The glass broke open, the jar shattered, and then the toddler shuffled through the jam. It was one of those big 32-ounce full strawberry jars of strawberry jam. And That was Cassie's introduction to the toddler. Was 2 feet and legs covered in strawberry jam. And Cassie was very happy to lick all of it off.
That is how love with the dog begins.
And the toddler had been eating cookies right before that, so the toddler still had was covered in cookie crumbs. And so Cassie believed that all toddlers have a jam and cookie center, and that she just had to lick them until she got to the center. And for the rest of her life, that is exactly what Cassie did anytime she met a toddler, was she just kept licking their legs and believing she could get to the jam and cookie center.
But when you talk about how this movie did such a good job with the show don't tell aspect of it, when we were talking about this, can't remember if it was yesterday or earlier, prior to the show, and you mentioned that you watched the Italian language version of it,
Mm-hmm.
I had to rewatch it because I was like, there are words?
There are.
Yeah.
Because I remembered the action.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remembered the events of the story.
Mm-hmm.
But
And the
I was so confused. I was like, how could you do an Italian? Did they change the music? Like, what makes this Italian?
They spoke Italian.
And then I rewatched it. I was like, there are words here.
When the action is so strong and the emotions are so clear, we don't need words, and we don't, frankly, notice the words spoken.
Yeah, I had no memory of any dialogue being in that short at all.
Like, that has actually been a problem of mine for some of the anime I've watched, where it is very well animated and paced and just, overall produced well.
Mm-hmm.
I can't always remember if I watched it dubbed or subtitled, in part because, Gloria's tired and often, can't read that, later at night when she tends to want to watch anime. So I try to find the dubbed version. And so it's like, all right, and they aren't really good about noticing, was it dubbed or not online? So I have to wait, was it ever actually dubbed? Or is this a fool's errand? And a few of them, I was sure they were dubbed. But no, it's just I had read the subtitles and the characters and the voice actors had emoted so well, I just assumed I heard it in my own language.
Mm-hmm. So again, and another one that really doesn't need language, there are 2 voice actors in Paperman. And the characters have names, but for the most part, I would say that you could really watch it in any language. So again, I'm going to go ahead and just use the Wikipedia plot description for those who haven't watched it. But also for those who haven't watched it to have a basis to discuss it. So here we go. A young accountant named George is standing on an elevated train platform in the 1940s in New York City, holding a folder when he is hit by a flying piece of paper. The paper is chased by a young woman named Meg, who lost it to a gust of wind from a passing train. The same thing happens to George when a subsequent gust of wind from another incoming train dislodges one of the papers from his folder and blows it into Meg's face, leaving a lipstick smudged kiss imprinted on the paper, much to his amusement when George retrieves it. He is entranced by the lipstick mark and Meg's beauty, and therefore misses her boarding the departing train. The 2 exchange looks as she departs. George arrives at work, despondent, gazing at the lipstick-marked paper on his desk. He looks out the window and is surprised to find Meg in the building across the street, working in an office with an open window. After failing to get her attention by waving his arms, much to the annoyance of his boss, George begins folding airplanes from a stack of papers on his desk, throwing them out the window one by one in an attempt to get her to notice him. Unfortunately, his efforts are met with varying levels of failure, as well as disparaging looks from his boss. In desperation, having used all the paper on his desk to no success, he uses the lipstick-marked paper, although this fails as well when a gust of wind tugs it from his hands. Meg then leaves the office, and George, rebuffing his boss, dashes from the desk. Rushing across a street of busy traffic, he fails to see which way she went, and only finds the final lipstick-marked paper airplane. Angered, he throws it hard, and it soars into the sky. It turns out many of the paper airplanes have collected in a nearby alley, And when the lipstick marked paper airplane lands among them, they begin to stir and fly from the ground, seeming to come alive, and set off in pursuit of George. A cloud of paper airplanes forces him toward a nearby train station and onto a train, much to his confusion. Meanwhile, the lipstick marked paper airplane sets off in pursuit of Meg, finding her at a flower stand. Recognizing the lipstick marked paper, she chases the airplane to another train station and aboards a different train. They're finally brought together when both of their trains stop at the same station. George still covered in paper airplanes, and Meg holding his lipstick marked paper airplane. As the credits roll, they are seen chatting happily with each other at a restaurant table with the lipstick marked paper between them. The picture disappears, but the paper still is in the credits before it flies off.
And another just truly, showing.
Yes, instead of telling. Yes, there's a bit of element of magical surrealism in it. But we see that there's Meg, there's George. Technically, the boss is a character, although a very two-dimensional character. Dare I say one-dimensional. And then there is the magic of the airplanes that are trying to matchmake George and Meg. As if George's intention to get Meg's attention, the airplanes then embody that and then continue to pursue this goal even after George has given up on this dream. And then we see that while George needs a lot of convincing because his hopes have been dashed, and obviously even at his job, he was already kind of beat down. He was kind of sad. Versus Meg only needs to have a little bait, the one airplane with her lipstick on it, for her to pursue. What is this? Let me catch it. What is this little dream? Let me catch it. And the airplane then easily leads her back to George, where George has been strong-armed by all the airplanes. He is covered in them, and every time he tries to stand up to walk out in the train car, the planes apparently push him back into his seat, where a child is watching, and a mother or somebody's hand pulls the child away to get away from the man covered in persistent airplanes, paper airplanes.
Looking grumpy, by the way.
He's very grumpy that he is being held down by paper airplanes that are not letting him get up and leave the train car. But again, it is a show, not tell. And one of the things I wanted to offer as an exercise for anyone is take any one of these shorts, whether just one of the Groots or any of these other shorts or the ones we're going to talk about after this upcoming break. Take any of them, the one you want to do, and write out your version of it as a short story. So if there's no dialogue, you don't have to include dialogue, but the truth is you could make up dialogue if you wanted. Definitely you're going to need to do some describing. You may need to even utilize flashbacks if you feel that is necessary, but do your best to write out as a coherent short story any one of these shorts as an exercise. And if you want an added extra bonus, give that written out, the story you've written out, have someone else read it, and then invite them to watch the short film and see if they found that you covered it. Did you describe it? Did this work? Did they understand the plot? And were they happy to keep reading it? Or did they say, the true death of a writer here? Oh, I gave up reading it halfway through.
One way to help with pacing when trying to translate from visual medium to prose medium is there are certain things that they can do in visuals, like quick cuts and things like that. And so you can do that with quick sentences, short, and you can even utilize fragments when you want to. And also
that new paragraph with a space between them to denote that cut as well.
So you can mess around with lengths of sentences. You can mess around with metaphors and similes. You can mess around with all these different whatchamacallums techniques, I guess.
techniques.
I
Writing
don't know.
styles.
Yeah, so it's really fun to see, like, okay, so I tried a metaphor here. It didn't quite work. Let me try it in dialogue instead and see which techniques help convey
You can
what you're wanting to get across.
also play around with these with point of view.
Mhm.
So you can just narrate the entire thing and have third person omniscient.
Be the camera.
Yes, you can do it as as somebody just literally viewing it, but in that world as just a bystander. You can also do point of view of one of the characters from their perspective. We actually see that in Feast, where all of the entire short is from Winston the dog's point of view. And you can actually have it from Winston's point of view, both as first person, truly from Winston's in their point of view, or third person omniscient of from Winston's perspective, but as third person omniscient, like a narrator. There's a bunch of different ways that you can do this exercise, and you can actually take the same short story or the same film and do multiple ways of genre or point of view, um, as well as writing style to play around to find out what you feel comfortable with.
You can't
Because
change the soundtrack, but you can change what you're utilizing in your description. Are you comparing things to creepy things? Are you comparing things to fluffy things? Changing the tone that way.
I mean, for instance, in Paperman, there is a thought I have each time I watch it of, are these airplanes evil? I mean, they are forcing this man down the road and into a train. What will happen? Now it then quickly cuts to Meg's perspective, and we see, there's a different plane that has gone to go get Meg. So then we know, okay, these two are going to meet somehow. These airplanes are arranging, and maybe they have a telepathic ability. Who knows? But for a moment there, when the little paper airplanes are pushing the man down the road against his will, it's like, are we quite okay? Is this an elder god? Oh dear.
Like the man might be concentrating more on the sharpness of the points of the pokes,
Right?
whereas the woman will be more of the sense of adventure and the flutter of the wings.
Exactly. So there are various ways to do this exercise, but I do invite everybody who is looking to hone their skills. Yep. This is how she dismounts. She doesn't jump off. She more slides and then aborts. And that's how she does it every time. That's her technique.
And if you're unfamiliar with how to do these cinematic techniques that Laura and Gloria are talking about in prose, and you don't mind stories with adult content shenanigans, one of my favorite books is Tales of the City by Amistad Maupin.
Mm.
And one of the things that I love about this book is it reads like a movie. The opening sequence, we meet so many characters through quick little flash fictions that are sometimes just a sentence long. And we're just being carried along in this whimsical world of San Francisco in the 70s. And somehow it makes sense. Like, I spent years studying the opening chapters to that book because it's ostensibly a set of random paragraphs about random people that will eventually mean something to you in the not too distant future. But it pulls off that very montagey cinematic feel in prose that I haven't seen a lot of other writers do as well. So if you don't know how to do that, at least the early parts of that book, like the whole book is phenomenal. The whole series will destroy you. It's so good. And by the time you get to Mouse, like, oh, anyway. But
What also I like
Very
about
cinematic.
3 short films that we talked about, the 21st century shorts of Disney Animation Studios, is in every one of these, each of the characters is distinctly identifiable. So again, I really encourage y'all to study what makes all of in these 3 short films, what makes each one of these characters stand out to you as the writer.
A lot of stuff goes into the character designs, whether it's the shape language, are they a triangle with big hips? Like,
Mhm.
what is, are they just a circle?
I feel like that is also very important for writers, is to think about the silhouette of each character. And the clothing of each character. And I realize I am saying this, number one, I am an underwriter, and I hate to think about these things. I hate to decide what clothing my characters will wear. Why can't they decide it for themselves? Who am I to say? But the truth is, there's a lot about your character's personality, even in their clothing choices. And as the writer, your reader really wants you to help them in this way.
Are they all sharp angles? Does that come across in their personality as well?
You can really see that in George and Meg in the last one in Paperman, where Meg has a lot of the soft, flowing sort of curves, and versus George, it's all rectangles, it's all angles. And yet his face is not as angular. He's got a little bit of curves, but you see that while his body is curved, the clothing he puts on are all angular.
So
And
he's a bit stiff.
He's a bit stiff because he is trying to mimic the dress of all of the other fellow office workers and his boss. So you see very much George is trying to fit himself into a place he does not fit well into. And so he is unhappy. We can glean all of this from looking at George's soft curves of his natural body, his hands, his face. And then we see but he's putting on angles to match his other coworkers, and that he is unhappy. So obviously this is not working out for him. Versus Meg, she is all curves everywhere, and she's happy. She's generally happy, and we see this. It's clear just in their body and the way they dress. It's the same with for instance, Us Again. We see how Art is grumpy. He is upset. And Dot is happy. She's at least trying to find things to be happy about. And that Art is resistant to Dot's encouragement of, hey, let's go do something. Let's go enjoy life. And Art is like, no, I'm just going to sit here. I'm not going to get up. I'm not going to do movement, because what we then will see is that movement brings the couple joy. And that we then really do see that they used to move a lot, hence the pictures. That is the point of the pictures in the short film. I think there's at least one of them dancing. And because I have slept since I watched them. So, but again, I want to anybody who wants to do this exercise, think about the characters and how we can identify the difference in them in these shorts, and how you as a writer can make each of your characters distinctive, and different ways that, skill wise, technique wise, you can do that as a writer. And do not be afraid of using silhouettes as a writer to help identify differences in your characters. So, like, one of the things I liked about Dot is she is a bit bottom heavy. She got a little junk in the trunk, and I adore that about her, because I too have a bit of junk in the trunk. And we then see that Dot is not afraid to move her junk in the trunk, and that she takes pleasure in her body, in moving her body, like she is very comfortable in that. And that tells us a lot about Dot's personality without us having to be formally introduced to Dot. So again, as a writer, think about these things and what you can bring to your characterizations. They will only help your readers. But remember, it's like Chekhov's gun. if you mention Dot's behind, you need to also be sure to somehow illustrate Dot's relationship to her behind. Just as like George's relationship to his angular clothing, where he's trying to fit in at an angular office. So remember to finish the thought, finish the characterization for your reader.
And like a fun part of that could be Dot loves a good rumba dance versus Art is always been more of, loves moving his shoulders and is, talking to Dot with his shoulders as he rolls them forward towards her, walking slowly.
Character description that does not add to the characterization or the story is simply objectification.
Mm-hmm. And on that note,
You don't have a word count for that.
how about we take a little break? And when we come back, we're going to talk about classic Disney cartoons, including the award-winning Old Mill. It's not long, don't worry. And what we as writers can also take away from that, as well as, let me be perfectly honest, I think they're just great cartoons. I'm just, there I said it. Haha. Quote me, I dare you. So we'll see y'all in a few minutes. It's a lovely time to get something to drink. Beep-a-da beep, I'm coming. Beep-a-da beep, boop-a-da boop. Bop-a-da bop. Zoop-a-da zoop. Okay. Yeah, I made it back. Woot woot. Tom was massaging my face, so I would feel better.
You have a face?
I have one.
Wow.
Did not work well.
I don't. That's why I draw one and just put it up on the screen.
Yeah, that checks.
I am a faceless horror. Lovecraft wrote
Maybe.
stories about me.
So I watched The Old Mill during that break.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So gorgeous. So tense.
Yes.
I love the edge of your seat suspense in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, if you want to talk about childhood trauma, I've been worried about that dang bird and her eggs almost my entire life.
Yeah. It starts off all calm and beautiful,
lovely
and the
day.
ducks in the pond,
Frogs, yep.
frogs eating the fireflies,
Mm-hmm. Good times.
all those crickets.
What I took away from it was, I think we talked about this in some movie one. I don't remember what, but it was the power of changing genres of a story, that you can keep all the same. You just change the overlay to a different genre, and suddenly everyone will talk about how creative and original it is.
Mm-hmm.
When it's just you changed it slightly. Because like The Old Mill, I watch now that I know of a lot more history, and this is a tenement story of the times. This is what tenement buildings were like for a lot of people. If they were dilapidated, poorly taken care of, they leaked. And they simply took this story, an inner city story, and they put animals in place of the humans, and they put it, in a rural setting.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, it is a, theatrical cinematic story for all ages that the, Academy of Arts has to create its own special award for, because they don't know where else to put it. But they know it means something that they should take note of.
Mm-hmm.
This was a test for the multiplane camera. They could have just done a throwaway little see if the camera works, but no, they made it art, and I think that's really
Mm-hmm.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
I also like how they took the sounds of nature and made it into a theatrical score.
And then blended the score in to sound like it was nature.
And using these special effects that are just meant to mimic the sounds of nature, and actually made it, have like a melody and a harmony. And I love that about it. There's essentially so many layers to this being art. And it's in that way very inspiring. Of you can take something very simple, such as just a broken down mill in a thunderstorm, and all the creatures that would then affect because they've taken shelter in an old mill. And you can really make it something that you as the viewer or you as the reader care about. I mean, truly, every time I see the owl constantly having to move, but it won't fly away or like go somewhere else, it's like it always makes me chuckle a little bit of like, just move.
And the mourning doves don't even blink. They're just making out on that little post. Like, whatever.
I mean, to a certain degree, it reminded me of a few scenes from like the West Side Story.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is why craft geeks often take over their genre. Because when you are obsessed about making, like you're saying, this throwaway movie, because this was a test.
Yes. for the multiplane camera.
If you don't know the multiplane camera, if you've seen Fantasia, that really long intro to, is it Ave Maria? That
That's
you're
the
just
outro.
going in and in and in and in and into the forest. It
Wasn't that the Rites of Spring?
I think it
yeah,
might
it was
be
the Rites of Spring.
Spring.
You're right.
I thought the Rites of Spring were the dinosaurs.
No, the Rites of Spring are the centaurs and
Oh,
the
okay.
other animals. I can't remember what the piece of music is, but also they did the same thing in Snow White when they're zooming in. I think we're zooming through, however you want to think about that. In the I think, is it the intro?
Yeah.
I mean, think about if you had never seen anything like that before. That was amazing technology to do with animation, no less. To make animation look like, be able to do things like real life.
Like parallax. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was amazing.
And
Frankly, it still looks amazing. Like, let me not in any way discount. Look, it still looks freaking amazing.
Mhm.
No joke. But again, it could have been a throwaway test, and instead they made art out of it.
because when you get to a certain point of obsession with the craft, you can't but, like, if I'm just testing it and I'm not making art, then it's not a test. I don't know if it actually worked because it's got to do all of these things. It's not to just deliver a pretty picture. It's got to give you emotion. It's got to give you feeling. It's got to move the story along. It's all of these other craft elements have to be a part of it. So if I'm not actually making something, it's not really a test.
Because I won't know if it moves people.
And this, I think, this level of craftsmanship is something that really hits me hard, because I feel like this is what a lot of modern media doesn't have to this level. Like, there's a reason that Star Trek, Star Wars, and a lot of these older Disney projects have this mythic place in our memory. And it's because these were all of the geeks that were so into whatever the craft was, putting these things together. I mean, the writer's room for the original Star Trek would become a who's who of some of the biggest writers in sci-fi television, movie, and in fiction and prose. But at the time, they were just really into the idea. And the same thing with the people that were doing the special effects and a lot of the different things for it. The same thing with Star Wars. These were people that were like, I love making puppets. I love making puppets, y'all.
The Dark Crystal TV show.
Right. And that's why that has a special place in our mind, because of the artistry, the craft, the craftsmanship that gets brought into it. And I think this gets confused but it was made by hand, in this kind of hipster, artisanal language that gets thrown over things. Because I'm sorry, I look back at the Last Starfighter with that same kind of love, and that was all done on computers that really should not have been able to render a picture. But you can see,
wasn't the doppelganger under the blanket transport, wasn't that practical? Because that scarred me.
Yeah,
that was practical.
Parts of it were practical, but you know, that ship has forever been seared into my memory, and it's because of the passion of all the people that went into it. So it's not so much that it was handmade, it's that love for the craft. That love for what you're doing and wanting to get it just so. And I think that we have this as writers, this weird feeling that's both true and a lie at the same time of, well, everything's already been done before, so what does it matter? Well, yeah, somebody's probably already told you the story that you're wanting to tell. The plot elements are not new. More than likely, your characters aren't new. You know? So much fiction has been made. Somewhere out there, we can find that character. But the way you tell that story has never been done before.
I mean, and you can retell it as many times as you want. And for me, at least, a great case in point, if you want to see someone who's only got one trick, but it's a good trick, Pony, and has succeeded for 30, 40 years now is oh, my day is not for names. But the guy who does Dragon Ball.
Oh yeah.
His great skill in life is he knows how to storyboard a fight to keep it interesting.
Yeah.
The stories are not that original. In fact, they are so repetitive and derivative of himself at this point. I'm surprised it's not more memes about this, but it's not more memes because the people who like it still enjoy it every time. They love every time he storyboards another fight using the same elements he's used every time over 40 years. But it's fun. And that's every writer you've only got a bit of a writing style. You're probably not going to be that expansive in your methods, but your audience loves it for that.
And your seasoning is going to be different. What fandoms are you pulling from that are your favorite tropes and character dynamics and relationships and stuff that you're seasoning yours with?
And it's like craftsmanship that really comes in. Like, I love wuxia pen. I love these Chinese martial arts movies. I have seen way too many that were never subtitled, so I have no idea what. Like, I got to make up the story as I went along because all I had was a brief pocket description and Mandarin subtitles, which I don't know how to read. I mean, I love the genre with all my heart, and the idea that you could do something new, that you could do something fresh with it, and then to see, I just lost the name of the director, but like the two primary examples of this would be like when Ang Lee did Crouching Tiger and brought it into a different milieu. But there's a movie called Warrior that it's all of the tropes that you love. If you love this genre, it is every single one of the tropes, even the bad, obnoxious, why won't these please leave the genre tropes? They're all in there.
But wasn't the Seven Samurai like made into a Western as well? Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
They all.
That's Magnificent Seven.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the craftsmanship that he brought to Warrior, I can't remember the director's name off the top of my head right now, is so. There is a scene where the camera forgets to follow the fighters. It's one of the really weird things that this movie has is the camera will get fixated on something, and it's not necessarily the action that's going on. So the fight is going on in front of you, and then they keep fighting, and then they go off screen, and you can still hear all of the weapons hitting each other and all of the hi-yas and all the fight sounds are happening over there, but you're just watching this curtain blowing in the wind. And this could just feel like such an artsy, like, oh, I guess somebody watched some experimental French and Italian films from the 1920s. But there's something more moving about not seeing the violence because you know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know what this person did to bring the assassin into the house. You know what the assassin is doing. And you, as the viewer at this point in the story, want to look away because you don't want to see this man do any more violence to her. Like, he's getting what he deserves, but you don't want to see him hit her one more time. You don't want to see it. And so you're just listening for the sound. And when you hear him give this anguished wail and her mocking laugh in the background, and you know she got him, it is the most fulfilling moment, even though you don't get to see the fight. The fight has all happened off camera. You're just watching the wind blowing in this curtain, which, by the way, is covering the site where he did most of the harm to her. You're looking at her place of trauma. That craftsmanship in the sound design, in the way this story has gotten us to this point that we, like, usually in a revenge story, you can't get to a point where you're like, yeah, they deserve it, get them. But this one, you're just like, oh no, make him suffer. Like, you are so in on what needs to happen. But you're kind of relieved that you don't have to watch the violence. But And that's the craft that he brought into it. That is the craft that he brought into this story, where any other movie, the satisfaction would be getting to see her kill him.
Mm-hmm.
The satisfaction is after she does that, she comes back onto frame and throws an oil lamp into the place of trauma and sets it on fire. That's the moment. The trauma's done. We're done with this place. We're not going to be in this place anymore. And that dedication to the craft, to understand the story he was telling and what the actual beats are, that's what you see in something like the Old Mill. That attention to the craftsmanship. Is the bird going to be okay? Larry's worried about the bird. Is the bird going to be okay? How often do you care about what's going to happen to the bird? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's an attention to craftsmanship there, that they constructed this story in such a way that you're obsessing, even all these years later, about this poor mama and her babies. Like, just, are you going to be okay? That's craft. That's not, here, let me tell you a plot technique that's going to get you there. Here's a cheat to do it. No, that's craft. That's art. Yeah, did he eat the baby? The most the new series of Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire has given us this phrase that we've started applying to everything. But did you eat the baby?
Did you eat the baby?
And the way that scene plays out, the craft, the art, the artisans, artistry in that scene. When you see a movie giving you this moment of, but did you eat the baby? Like, it has a name now. I didn't have a name for this kind of tension before.
It tells a short story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that craft is what you can bring. That's how your story becomes original. Because this could have been any old story about a storm.
Mm-hmm.
How many animated shorts are there about a storm and animals having to deal with it, right? We're not talking about any of those. It's the craft. It's the craftsmanship that makes us remember this. And that's where the originality really is.
I mean, there's a lot to it. Like, I still, after all these decades, I remember the wheel with the teeth in it, moving back and forth, and the rope.
Yeah.
The rope being pulled back and forth as the wind starts moving the windmill propellers or whatever. And the bird is like, hold up, what's happening? And it moves back and forth, and you're like, is it going to break free? What will happen? Because you cannot see it. Like, it looks like all the other teeth on that wheel are fine. And it's like, oh, this bird needs to move, but she's not going to abandon her eggs. And she goes through this entire, you can see her thought process almost. Mm-hmm. As she's like, I don't want to die, but also babies, but also I have no thumbs. I cannot move my eggs.
It's not until like the mid close-up shot where the wheel comes down and you see it's empty.
After she's already essentially resigned herself to sacrifice herself to her eggs by covering them in the hope of cushioning.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then, because of course this is like, this is a masterful suspense, they then do it again. And even though it shouldn't change the outcome, there's no tooth in that one spot, you're still like, will she be okay though? I still remember it after all these decades. And every single time I watch it, I still have this, like, it is a moment where I hold my breath because I'm worried.
Mm-hmm.
And also because the suspense arc is just so. It really is crafted where it's intense, but not so intense I look away.
Right.
Because that would ruin it, wouldn't it? If it's too much and I get so overwhelmed that I look away, that would ruin it, because then I wouldn't see that she survived. And in fact, the first time I wanted to look away when I was a little kid. I wanted to look away, and they're like, "No, no, watch." And it's like, why? Why would I want to watch this whole violence? The bird won't leave. Ah, neither will the owl. Ah, you know. But that is the payoff. Is I know what's going to happen, and I still watch it, and I'm still holding my breath for a moment. And decades later, I'm still doing it. That because it's so rewatchable. And then there is, and they even include the what is that French word, denouement, whatever.
Denouement.
Denouement. The after climax where the sun rises again, the clouds.
The birds have hatched.
The babies are babying and they're hungry. Everything is back to how it should be in its own dilapidated little way.
Little worse for wear, but it doesn't matter.
Right? Life goes on. And again, this works. This was groundbreaking at the time. It still holds up decades later.
I think this short does an amazing job of tone. Of like, you have the setup where like, oh, it's all beautiful, and then you have the subtle shift with the frogs and the crickets start coming in, and then the wind starts blowing and it starts to get eerie, and then the rain starts. And so it's the buildup of the tension. It's not just immediate boom. It's this incline.
Yeah, you start with light cheerfulness and then playfulness, and the frogs are playing, and then you see that shift because you see the frogs change. The frogs go from playing around to, oh, we've all got to hide together. We can't be separate anymore. What's coming?
And it does this great thing that a lot of suspense stories mess up. It's not trying to outsmart you.
Yeah.
It's just trying to make you feel suspense. Sorry, Tom, I think I cut you off.
No, that was fun. The other thing I was thinking of is probably also a good time for Glory to give a little spiel she gave just before the show started about the complicated character that is Walt Disney. Of Walt was definitely had several negative aspects that we've all tried to gloss over. And including his, oh no, people from different groups should not mix. They should stay separated far away from each other. But on the other hand, one thing that did show through all of Walt's art was his love of children and how he wanted them to have a better future. And part of that better future was in the art they saw and watched. So that, yeah, we get suspension even in the old mill, but no one gets truly permanently hurt in the old mill. Because it's a cartoon, Walt knew children would be watching this. So Walt was not trying to traumatize, unlike whoever that director was for Watership Down.
That's what I was thinking.
The author did not intend this as a children's book. I've had so many people go, oh, but writing about rabbits, of course people would think, no, it was very obvious to everybody who read the book. This is about French politics post-World War II.
Well, it's like Animal Farm. When people think Animal Farm is George Orwell's children's book, and it's like, no, he wrote no children's books. None.
He was satirizing politics of how animalistic humans can be in politics and power, but he was not writing for kids. But versus Walt was always making entertainment for kids. All Disney cartoons are for kids, with hopeful the ability that their parents will also enjoy it.
I was about to say, I would take that one step further, that Walt was making entertainment for families. He was trying to build for other people what he didn't have for himself. And so here's a story it's a beautiful musical, like your mom would want your dad to take her on a date to see. but the story is going to be clear and concise enough for you as a child to fall in love with these characters. You know, we're going to give you a Gus Gus. We're going to give you a character that is so for you that you're going to fall in love with. And I challenge people that when they were a kid and watched Cinderella for the first time, didn't fall in love with Gus Gus. But you give them that little something that is there, and he's building. See, what I think people get wrong about not just Walt Disney, but this instinct to try to make the world better, is he wasn't trying to show you how life should be, or even how life could be. He was trying to create a place where that ideal life could happen.
He gives you a Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to make a place where, like, my love for Disney movies, everybody knows my relationship with my family is fraught. But Disney is the one thing we could all agree on. We could watch The Wonderful World of Disney together. We could watch a Disney movie together. Nobody fought when a Disney movie was on.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody argued when a Disney movie was on. We would sit back, we would watch this wonderful story unfold, and then we would talk about it afterwards. And this is, that cheat code that I don't think he cynically did. I think he very sincerely did, where so many of our childhoods are wrapped in this veneer of Disney is the happy place. Because that was the point of a Disney movie. It's going to bring everybody together. Everyone's going to have a good time. We're all going to get along, at least while this movie is on. You're going to be so entertained.
We might be addressing some family trauma like in Kanto, but
There will be justice. There will be peace afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the power that Walt constructed and what he left behind, and why it went off the rails. That's why, we don't have these fond memories of the Rescuers and some of the other, mid movies before the Disney Renaissance. After Walt and before, Howard Ashman came in, because they decided, we make kids movies. Let's make a kids movie, and they're not reaching for that entire family audience anymore. They're not trying to make that magical place. They're just telling a story. Because that's what Howard Ashman really got. The Little Mermaid is an event.
The world that Walt grew up in, and that the rest of the old guard animation guys also grew up in, there was this belief back then, philosophically speaking, that the sooner children realize the world is unjust and terrible, the better. Can you imagine wanting a 3-year-old to understand that the world is unjust? That's how it was. That's how it really was. And it wasn't just a few people. It was the pervasive culture in North America and Europe. And honestly, I'm going to hang everybody else out too and say Asia. And I'm not as familiar with the history of various African nation cultures, but it was pervasive, globally speaking, that we should not protect children or insulate children from the harshness of reality. So for instance, if the family doesn't have enough food, then it does not mean the children get the food and the adults don't. And I know this because my mother taught me that the Jewish culture she grew out of, it was you insulate children from the hunger if you can. But that it was one of the reasons she found it kind of difficult to socialize with Gentiles when she was a child. My mother was born in 1946. My father was born in 1940. It was the reason she found it difficult to socialize at school with non-Jewish kids even though she did not go to a Jewish parochial school, she went to a public school in Detroit, was because the Gentile children were raised in that the sooner you realize the world is harsh and unfair, the sooner you can grow the hell up. Like, why would you say it, let alone think that to a 6-year-old? And that is the world Walt grew up in, and Walt categorically disagreed with this. And we actually have video recordings, not video, but film recordings of him doing intros and outros for The Wonderful World of Disney, where he talks about this somewhat. And we definitely have a bunch of interviews of Roy Disney talking about this. But Walt believed that children should be able to grow up believing the world is made of magic, because children naturally have a magical belief. Like, they inherently do believe the world is magic, and that we should not correct them, that they'll find out soon enough anyway. But in the meantime, if anything, we should encourage their belief in that they live in a world that has just a touch of magic in it. And you see that a lot come through in everything that he made, including the old mill. And that's one of the things that I think set him apart as a visionary, is the bird survives. The little eggs do not get crushed. The mother bird does not abandon her babies, and everybody survives and everybody lives. The owl lives. Nobody gets injured in, the old mill. Like, they may have been traumatized a little, but they're okay. They're still living. And you're going to see that also in all these other cartoons that we talk about, like that when Walt was still alive, is everybody lives. You're saved from actual disaster, like a little bit of magic in life. And
sometimes the villain dies, like Snow White.
But that, like, Snow White lives, because that's not part of the original stories necessarily.
Yeah.
That Snow White lives unharmed. That nothing happens to the dwarves, nothing bad happens to the dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
There are historical versions of Snow White, where the dwarves are brutally murdered and tortured.
Oh.
Yep.
For housing Snow White and also for being dwarves.
Of
like,
course.
For realsies. Like, I can't imagine why they were hiding in the forest. Anyway, so, and Walt Disney was like, no. If children are going to watch it, everybody lives. Everybody survives. Everybody gets a happy ending. They just had an unpleasant middle, but everybody gets a happy ending. And that was revolutionary. And frankly, it still is, because you see, after Walt dies, the Disney Dark Ages,
Mm-hmm.
you see the old guard cartoonists, Walt's,
9 Old Men.
Yeah, the 9 Old Men. You see that they go back to the way they were raised, hence the scary thing in the Rescuers. And in fact, Roy Disney talks about that. He was like, no, you have to rewrite the ending. We are not going to have Penny die in a swamp. Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, it's bad. It's real bad. By an alligator or crocodile or something. Like, it is not she drowned. It is she is eaten alive. Like, it's like, wait, what? That was in the old storyboarding for this. And Roy's like, oh, hell nah.
Thank you, Roy.
Yes. Thank you, Roy. Like, truly, the people with the last name Disney seem to have a very sweet heart at the core of them, it would seem anyway. Going by Roy and I can't remember her name, but one of the Disney heirs going, why are we treating the Disney workers like this? This is terrible. They deserve a living wage and health care. Of like appreciating this, because there's not enough people speaking up. Saying things like children deserve a happy childhood and that workers deserve health care. There's not enough people speaking up. And I am grateful for Walt and Roy and various other people who are like, no, every Disney story has to have a happy ending. Every Disney story, as many people need to live as possible. I mean, I actually really appreciated that about Tangled, is they didn't kill off her parents.
Yeah.
It was refreshing change.
She has both parents? What?
I think it's also important that children and even adults have the capacity to believe in happy endings. If you cannot imagine a happy ending, you won't work for change. Like,
You
if you
need
don't
hope.
think that you can achieve something good, you won't try to achieve anything.
Yeah. I do still enjoy the ones that have tragedy in like the beginning, middle, like Big Hero 6,
Mm-hmm.
because it helps you see that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Like, it can help you see that, yes, tragedy befalls, yes, you can lose family members, but you can make it through.
Mm-hmm. Life goes on, and it's still, you can find joy again.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Because
that's what
tragedy will strike anybody's life.
Yeah.
And probably will strike everyone's life at some point. But that joy can still be found afterwards.
that's what I find really interesting about this new modern era of Disney, and I would put Big Hero 6 in there, Turning Red, where Moana, Encanto, that are not so much bringing realism in. I mean, they live in a magic house in Encanto, but in a magic village that was built off of magic from a candle. Like, I'm not saying like realism, but they're addressing issues that people do have to deal with, of this generational trauma, and all of these issues that are hard to talk about with children, because you don't want to burden them. You don't want to break this bubble. And the way that they're finding to do this is interesting, in that in Kanto, that's when you find out how they ended up in the valley.
When Dos Orejitas plays,
Oh,
all the waterworks.
it is grounding, it is devastating, it is powerful, but it is not the end.
Mm-hmm.
It is literally the beginning. That it's from this pain, all this good was born. And while that's not, that kind of messaging can be abused and used by people that want you to just accept the pain that you're going through, the interesting thing with these stories is that they are tackling that pain head on. They're not veering off to the side. In Turning Red, the shame of puberty is so perfectly rendered in this movie. As somebody who, yes, was a little rage demon at a certain point in my life, I watched this movie and I'm like, oh, I had a red panda. Yes. Yes, I had a
Bring
panda
out the
too.
kittens.
But you can see yourself in there, but that trauma, that pain is not the end. And that's something that I see very in line with this ethos that Walt put into the company, that even the early films do start with a trauma. Most of them, the mother has died, because we have a lot of, the wicked stepmother stories, but we can see that loss in their daughters.
Or
We
you
can-
get taken away from your mother in Dumbo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always that little element of there is a harshness to life, but that is the beginning, not the end of the story. That's where you start from. You take that and grow from it. You move from there. You make something better. And the community that we see grow in Encanto, and that scene at the end, the only scene that makes me cry harder than Dos Ocarritos is when the entire village comes over the hill and helps them rebuild the house at the end. And it's a different kind of tears, but there's so many more of them. Because that's the message. We can do this.
Mm-hmm.
Not I can do this. We can do this. And instilling that hope in children is very important. Like, I don't know that I would be capable of hope outside of what I got from Disney and some of these other properties that were like, yes, things are bad, but that is the beginning of the story. You're still young, kid. We're going to get to the heroic victory at the end. Because you need to believe that things can improve. And when that's taken away from you, you truly have nothing. The moment you achieve full-blown hopelessness. And I've gotten there a couple points in my life, and luckily had people parachute people in events in to pull me out of that. Like, you need to have that hope. And that's something we as writers forget that we can offer, and we forget that we can give. That when you see something crafted so beautifully, because again, I keep going back to the fact that the old mill should have been a throwaway. Like, this was not one of the big projects. They weren't really doing shorts at that point.
Mm-hmm.
They had moved beyond that. If I remember correctly, at that point, even Mickey had been in the vault for a while. Like, weren't really. I don't think they were still making the Mickey Mouses because they retired him early. And it took a while for them to bring him back out.
Well, actually, that's the next cartoon for us to discuss. So the old mill's 1937. There's Mickey's Trailer, 1938. And that is where Mickey, Donald Duck, and Goofy go on a trip together with a camper. One of the things that stood out to me about this one is what I do notice is over the next 20 years, so many of the, how do I say, the devices in this cartoon, the space-saving devices in the cartoon, you actually see go to market in the following 20-year period.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
And so one of the points I wanted to make about it, aside from it is a super fun trailer to watch, super fun cartoon to watch. I have loved this trailer since loved this cartoon since I was a kid.
And how many times have you seen people do this same story again and again over the last 100 years?
Oh, yeah.
This is a perennial story and elements.
Mm-hmm. But that this one cartoon actually inspired a lot of inventors and designers to look at how can we save space in a camper trailer as well as just in life in general, because there was the cartoon has so much enthusiasm in it for, yay, we're on the road, we're having a good time, we're going to go to better places, because it starts off with them moving out of a location that we then see labeled the city dump. And then they go out to the country on a canyon run. Oh, God.
I'm pretty sure I know which canyon it is, too. I've been down it. It's called Highway 80.
Yeah, I have too. In the ice.
It's in Arizona.
Yeah.
No, New Mexico. It goes into Arizona. You think of the one that we went down, the canyon run?
Yes.
That's in New Mexico.
We'll discuss it later.
Okay, we will discuss it later. It is New Mexico, Arizona area. And it is an intense canyon run filled with stray cows, y'all. 100 years later, it's still filled with stray cows. It's rude. These cows just think they own it.
The
Anyway.
audacity.
The audacity of cows in an ice storm. Rudeness unending. But anyway, I have literally seen the unzippable tub as a technology that you can get both in homes and in campers and in camping. Like, I've actually seen in the 21st century, there's an updated version where it is of a kind of absorbent color black tub that you seal up, filled with water, and you put it in the sunlight where it will heat up to very hot temperatures, and then you open it. You know, it's the equivalent of unzipping it, but you undo it, and you can actually take a bath in it. And it will get up to hot tub temperatures according to the ads that I read. This was like more than a decade ago. So the technology used as just fun comical devices in this cartoon actually have inspired nearly 100 years of camping ideas, as well as just space saving in small confines.
And that is some of our job as creatives, is to create the ideas other people want to realize and make real.
Hoverboards.
Yes. Because often the people who might have the ability to invent and design these things don't necessarily have the vision or creativity to think them up from scratch. But once we as creatives share it with the public, people can then be inspired by and go, I wonder how I could actually make that be real. So that is one of the things I wanted to draw attention to with Mickey's trailer. Also, just for the record, I know nobody asked, but since there's essentially several near vehicle accidents in this cartoon, I have literally seen these things happen where the trailer takes the curve
Mm-hmm.
and then gets back on the road on its own safe. That crap actually happens. I don't know how.
And on a much lighter note, I love this movie because without it, I would not have gotten one of my favorite Disney movies of all time, a Goofy movie, which is just, let's remake that, but as a father and son trip, and our annoying neighbor friend. I love a Goofy movie so much, it is almost painful. And it is a direct descendant of this movie. And if that wasn't built into the DNA there, like, who doesn't love a good travel movie? Like, this is my father's favorite genre of film. He has seen every really bad remake of this, from Robin Williams' RV to Ice Cube's Are We There Yet? Like, if there is all of the National Lampoon's movies, which are just the dirty versions of this movie.
Yes.
But this gave us an entire genre of film that I don't know what my dad's entertainment life would have been like without
the sort of jaunty road trip concept.
Yeah, like,
I mean,
this is his absolute favorite genre of movie.
And you can tell that it's based on this one film because of one unique thing I noticed about the characters in this versus all the other Disney shorts of the time. Unlike every other one, if you watch it, you'll notice Donald Duck does not stay angry at any point. He does not hold a grudge, because that is part of the requirement of traveling together. You have to roll with it. And that's what you will see in all the ones Charlie just mentioned, from the National Lampoons to the, directly inspired to the semi-inspired, like RV and Are We There Yet? Of, you can't hold a grudge throughout the entire story, or you bring down the whole story. This only works if everyone's willing to forgive each other and just go on to the next.
Yep.
Oh, another one. I just realized that this is also definitely part of The Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, road trip films. Buddy road trips. Because, you can't hold a grudge on a road trip, or it just ruins the whole road trip. You have to just let it go and emotionally move on to the next part of the adventure, or it stops the road trip adventure. And
this is where the innovation comes in, because we had travel stories before.
Oh, yeah.
Because we all had to read the Canterbury Tales, which isn't really a travel story as much as it is a framing device to tell other stories while people are traveling.
Well, I mean, travel logs were business for the last 200 years.
We have our word serendipity because of
travel logs from the 1700s, Tom. Now it's even.
Yeah.
Okay.
and we have our word serendipity because of a travelogue story from India called the Serendripa, which is about a bunch of people on a road trip to an island that is now Sri Lanka, and all of their misadventures on the way there. But all of those, Journey to the West, all of those had a moral message to them, or there's a point to the story. If it wasn't just a framing device to tell a whole bunch of other stories, there's generally a point that the writer is wanting to make. They're not just madcap adventures. And the innovation to this, and this is why, when I say people often think too much and ruin the good thing that they could have had, the innovation that this movie makes is we're not going to overthink it.
Yeah, we're just going to roll with it.
There isn't a grand narrative to this story. There isn't an ultimate goal or agenda that has to be reached. There isn't a moral to the story, if you will. They're best buddies doing what best buddies do. We're traveling around. We're having madcap adventures. We're going to get to the end of the road, and you're going to be like, wow, want to get back in the camper and do another one?
I mean, literally, Mickey and Donald are rolling around in a camper as everything falls and breaks around them. The camper rights itself and reconnects to Goofy's car. And Goofy says, "See, I told you I would get here safe and sound." And Donald does not yell at Goofy.
Yeah.
And Mickey does not scold Goofy.
And if it had been from the previous genres, he would have had to. Because the moral of the story would be, look at how careless he was with his friends. Or look at how dangerous it is to be an distracted driver or whatever. Like, there would have been a moral to the story that would have necessitated this angry outburst at the end, which would have ruined the movie. If Donald Duck had been the Donald Duck that we have come to know up to this point, it actually would have messed the story up. Having him act out of character, having it just be like, yeah, funny, weird things happen on road trips. It subtly, without having to hammer people over the head with it, tells you that friendship is worth the peril. Friendship in and of itself is the end goal. It's the time that we're spending together, the madcap adventures. That's the important thing, not all of the little inconveniences along the way that are easy to distract us from the goal. But it doesn't have to hit you over the head. It doesn't have to yell and scream and go, the power of friendship. When
compels you to stay together.
Yeah. That is what the movie is. It's the power of friendship.
And they accept each other for who they are. Goofy is Goofy. What you can't, these friends cannot be surprised that Goofy is acting this way. Including the who's driving.
Oh, it's me.
If they wanted it to be a responsible driver, it would have been Mickey. Mickey, by contractual obligation, could not do anything bad or mischievous for a really long time.
And on the other hand, this is the reason I have not really watched the new shorts from the last 20 years of Disney's old characters. They're the original ones of Mickey and Donald and Goofy, because they have not understood the point of the original shorts, what made them endearing. The same problem I had with Warner Brothers doing a new set of Looney Tunes in the last decade. They missed the point of how these stories are supposed to go. They just took the elements and made them for the current audience and made an entire new genre, which is great if that's what they were going for, was they wanted to make an entire new concept for these shorts, but they were not understanding the original shorts and why they lasted so long.
The only real exception to that, and it's the only one of the newer ones that I have watched multiple times, is that Halloween short that they did like 2 years ago, where Mickey's telling the ghost story to all of the kids. Because that one feels like the Mickey, Donald, Goofy that I
Mhm.
expected. It feels like they understood the characters there. And like I said, it's the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah, say the last one
Well-
I saw that was within the same realm was they did a Goofy short in the early 2000s of Goofy gets a hi-fi entertainment system installed,
Hmm.
and it is, ridiculous Goofy.
Yeah, they did an update, another one to the Handy or the Everyman series. So that does bring us to the Goofy's Freeway Troubles and Freeway Phobia, which I have now found is actually a two-parter. I did not realize it was a two-parter. I've now listed both parts. Number one, these two videos made me a better driver. Hey, Spence. But also, like, I literally learned how to merge into traffic from these two cartoons,
Mm-hmm.
which is a very
Same.
important skill when you are driving a land yacht and trying to merge onto interstate traffic every day to get to work multiple times a day. But why I think that these two cartoons have merit for writers is it really does illustrate how to write an instructive short in a entertaining way rather than just a boring old lecture, but that you can make it into a narrative. You can make anything from how to wire up your stereo system into a narrative, and it goes down so much smoother, so much easier than just a boring old manual or just dry instructions.
Or the cartoon that is Donald in Mathemagic Land.
Mm-hmm.
That is all about teaching you math.
We
without
had that
you
on
realizing.
VHS.
Yes, we do too.
I love that.
And can I just say that this Goofy movie is the most honest piece of government propaganda ever made, because of all characters to compare American drivers to, they picked the right one.
Yes.
Like, we are, all of us, 100% Goofy.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us are a bit more Donald Duck, but we don't need to encourage that. We need to embrace our goofiness and roll with it.
Well, I mean, as we've learned, Goofy is very much based on one person from Oklahoma, and that is Middle America, and that is so many people we've now met from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of, it's the middle area of the American behavior. And so if we can reach that, we can get most people. And so, yeah, Goofy was the perfect character to use for this, to show everyone these are the behaviors you might feel, you might want to do, but here's the better way to handle it.
If Disney wants to get all of my money that I do not want to give them, that I successfully keep away from them, as they make the Mickey ears for Laura and all the wonderful people that love the Mickey ears, if you give me some Goofy ears that I can buy and just like let my goof flag fly.
Usually it comes with like the hat and the ears.
I know. I just want the ears. I want a hair.
Some
I want
floppy
the hairbrush.
ears.
I want some big floppy Goofy ears to let my Goofy flag fly, because if any Disney character is most like me, I am accident prone. I am an idiot most of the time in my life. And I can so easily misunderstand a conversation and get all worked up about nothing. I am so Goofy. And I want all the Goofy ears.
But yeah, I mean, like, I too, I do not think I would have felt nearly as comfortable learning to drive, let alone highways, without getting to watch many times the Goofy Freeway Troubles, Freeway Phobia cartoons.
I mean, I have. One day I'll actually publish it. a short story about the two guys who taught me how to make wine. And interlaced into that story is how to make wine. Because in part, I've been inspired by the Goofy Everyman series of, yes, teach me a thing, teach me how to do a thing, but make it interesting and fun and give me a narrative to go with it. One of the things, people used to think it was very boring to write instructions. And Disney really showed that you can absolutely give an educational video and it be entertaining to watch. And the fact that was one of the reasons why after the Disney Animation Studios made these two short cartoons, they then actually put them into the theaters. Yes, in part to recoup production costs, but also, even though they're meant to be shown in schools, and they were shown in schools for a very long time, that they also had entertainment value and that people could benefit from in watching them, and they could learn while also being entertained. That it's absolutely possible to be entertaining and educational at the same time. And before that, it was not necessarily believed that that was possible.
I mean, I love Disney propaganda. Like, it's I know it's a weird phrase to say, but like Three Caballeros from the 50s was government paid propaganda for the Good Neighbors policy. But it is so entertaining, and you do learn about other cultures.
Mm-hmm.
I am so bad with dates, but if my memory is not failing me, like, I don't know that we could have had a Sesame Street the way that we had a Sesame Street without these, because I do believe that they predated by decades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sesame Street is from the 70s. Mr. Rogers is from the late 50s, but really he didn't go national till the late 60s or mid-late 60s. What are you up to, Laura?
I was like, I didn't even know that was working on here.
I thought that was only for Twitch. We were on YouTube.
If I'm brutally honest, I actually didn't know that was working on YouTube either.
It's a feel better gift.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. It really does hurt. Carrie.
What's that? But I mean, this really does show, like, this entire genre, like the Magic School Bus and all of these things.
All of these have been influenced by forcing millions and millions of school children to watch these Disney propaganda films in school, and they enjoyed it. And they were like, hey, let's do more. And that is very inspiring, because the Freeway Troubles and Freeway Phobia are from 1965. You can literally see the influence of this then in the Magic School Bus. You can see how, since Freeway Troubles and Freeway Phobia went to the movie theaters, that this definitely did, just as Charlie said, influence Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and it influenced the creation of Sesame Street and the shorts in Sesame Street. That Sesame Street didn't just do live action. They also then went to commission various short cartoons to be educational, because of this Goofy Everyman series that was both educational. Many of them, like they have one Goofy one, I believe, from the late 40s, early 50s, where it is the tournaments, the Arthurian.
Oh, yeah. Medieval tournament ones.
They're trying to get the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that is the most historically accurate. However, they were trying to be somewhat educational, because I think, what was it? Walt Disney went on a tour of a museum, a castle in England, and someone else in the tour was like, how do you even get into those things? You know, the armor. And Walt was like, there's an idea. People actually wonder this. we could do it in a cartoon. And hence, they did do that for one of the Goofy Everyman.
And I mean, we also see the difference in the Disney ones the government funded are public property because of how the U.S. law works. But we've never really seen people lampoon them the way was it not Riff Tracks lampoons so many other school video ones, because there's not as much to
Criticize?
criticize. They are very effective in entertaining.
Well,
They
it's the
actually do their job.
Mm-hmm.
it's also the one thing that Disney has always been really good at, and that is earnestness.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's something about like the difference between this and say a Captain Planet, where you can tell when they decide to start just preaching at you. Like, it's not. There's several moments where they just clearly transition from let's tell you a story in which you will learn something to, and kids, like that it feels like a sermonette, not a story that I want to watch. And so you see Captain Planet get made fun of a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Captain Planet is, when you're talking about, the Riff Tracks treatment,
Mm-hmm.
I think about that Don Cheadle as Captain Planet destroying the world because the humans don't deserve this beautiful planet. You're breaking my heart, Captain Planet. Like,
you're breaking my heart, Lisa.
but it's so much easier to parody something that is pretending to be earnest. If you have to stop your story to be like, I think you are so stupid you won't understand why it's bad to put nuclear waste into the water. So let me lecture you about why nuclear waste in the water is bad. Instead of just being like, it's bad.
The goggles, they do nothing.
Right? Like, there's this very Troy McClure thing that the Captain Planets have.
Well, they're talking down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They are talking down to the audience.
And that is one thing that Disney is not doing in any of these. Disney is not talking down. It's like, hey, this is what we're doing. Look, Goofy is everyman. And there's the timid driver. There is the Jekyll and Hyde driver. There's all these different styles of driving. Here are the problems when we take these approaches on the freeway.
I mean, and Disney really doesn't, like, even when Disney did the one for, who was it, Playtex, Tampax?
Yes, that's right. The period. Well, here's menstruation. It's a wild ride.
So you're changing and growing. At no point is this little cartoon, short cartoon, talking down to its audience. He's just going, so here's, the surprising changes. Here's the things you need to know.
Mm-hmm.
How can we tell this in a compassionate way? And again, there's nothing there to really make fun of, because you can tell they are earnest. They want to be as helpful as they can be.
And that really does make a difference in how you accept the message that is trying to be delivered. Because I would say that all Disney products are propaganda on one level or another, because they're trying to get you to understand that it will be okay, or you can get through this, or love conquers all, or whatever. They do all have this very strong message aspect to them, but they don't. I remember when I first started writing, I come from a long line of preachers, y'all, and I have a very angry Baptist minister on the inside of me that likes to get out periodically. And I remember when I was in the writing club in my high school, and the gentleman who was running the club, and I call him a gentleman just because it makes me laugh, because that is the wrongest word I could ever apply to him, sat down and said, I want you to reread this dialogue, but start each sentence with, idiot, sit down and listen. Because all of your sentences have a silent, hey, dummy, sit down and listen. And that's why this is bad. because I had a point I wanted to deliver in the story. And so I was talking at
Mm-hmm.
the audience, not letting the characters in the story show what I was wanting to get across. And I love that shorthand that he gave me of anytime you have a silent, look, dummy, sit down and listen. You have told your audience, I think you're stupid. So let me explain what I am so brilliant and understand, but you're too dumb to get. And none of the Disney stories do that. They talk to the audience that they have in front of them in a language the audience can understand, with the one exception, and I know it's my favorite Disney whipping boy, and that's Oliver and Company. That just sits back and goes, y'all like dogs, right? Right? They're dogs. We have Billy Joel. Why don't you love us? Y'all like Billy Joel, right?
Those what were they, Rottweilers, Doberman? I mean, I had nightmares about them for years. I was not scared of dogs before that movie. I grew up watching The Fox and the Hound, and I was not scared of dogs till Oliver and Company.
But that movie is the most un-Disney Disney movie.
Agreed.
That's why I keep going back to it. Because it shows, like, if you want to know what a Disney movie would look like that doesn't do the things that we're saying, I'm not trying to encourage anybody to watch Oliver and Company. No one should watch Oliver and Company. It's like Pets, Secret Life of Pets, but somehow worse with Billy Joel and Cheech Marin.
Agreed.
I don't know how, but it is. But it is, if you want to see what it looks like without this earnestness, without this whimsical view of let's make this a wonderful experience for everybody involved, all of the things that we've talked about, but still somehow be a Disney movie because the animation style, the way that they put this, like, it has so many Disney characteristics. You can't deny that it's a Disney movie. It's just Disney doing Disney bad.
If you want to see what that same movie would be with Disney earnest, go watch All Dogs Go to Heaven.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There's the difference between the earnest and the non-earnest.
Yeah.
Speaking of earnest, that brings us to
Vern?
our last cartoon, Winter Storage, which features Donald Duck and the Chip and Dale. Now, I'm going to tell you a couple things that I only learned this week. One of them is that there's actual dialogue in this short cartoon that I did not know existed till I watched it on Disney Plus, where it has closed captioning. Now, normal people may be like, of course they're saying things. Look, I got auditory dyslexia. I thought they were just mumbling things where people would normally be speaking. But the thing is understanding the words they're saying are not necessary to understand what is happening in the cartoon. And that is one of the things I wanted to point out about Donald Duck, specifically the Donald Duck cartoons. I have heard this again and again from people who are not primary English speakers, that English is not their first language. And that, so Donald Duck has been super popular for nearly a century now. And part of that is because, specifically, since Donald Duck is very difficult to understand, apparently I'm not the only one who thinks this, the animators were very careful to make sure that the Donald Duck cartoons are understandable, even if you don't understand difficult to hear English. I didn't even know he was supposed to be speaking true English. I thought it was like how Simlish is. Like it's supposed to sound like a language, but not. I didn't know. But it's something I've heard again and again from people my entire life about immigrant grandmothers and mothers, specifically of, oh no, her favorite American cartoons or her favorite American shows are Donald Duck cartoons. And I heard it even more when I was a librarian, where people would come in of like, oh, My elderly grandma has just immigrated from insert non-English speaking country. And do you have anything I could rent for her? Specifically, do you have any Donald Duck cartoons? She loves to watch Donald Duck, and I told her they don't have like Syrian language DVDs here. And I told, like, or whatever, or Japanese language movies. That they don't have any of that. And but she loves Donald Duck. I don't know why, but apparently, internationally speaking, everybody loves Donald Duck. But I think the reason why is because the animators were very careful to make sure that all the Donald Duck animations are understandable, even if you have no idea what's being said. Like I did not know what was being said. That it's very clear. Now, this is the one that I feel like as a short film did not quite work. And I really think it's like maybe a little over edited. Like if you watch it, it's pretty, to me anyway, it seems obvious what the original plot line was supposed to be. And then it didn't quite get storyboarded effectively. It really looks like too many editors spoiled the pot to me, but I may be wrong on that. And this is the one that I wanted to pose to others of, I feel like this cartoon is mediocre enough that anybody who watches it, who's a writer, could have some ideas of how to improve the plot and the story in general. But it's very obvious. Essentially, and here's Wikipedia's plot description. Chip and Dale are not able to find enough acorns to store it for the winter due to all the acorns in the forest being picked. The chipmunks then see Donald Duck working as a park ranger, beginning to seed a clearing in the oak forest. Seeing his large sack of acorns, they set out to steal it. And they manage to make off with the entire sack, even after Dale tries to follow Donald's advice. But Donald, who figures out the plot, easily takes it from them just as they entered the ground entrance to their tree, then places a box trap baited with an acorn, which successfully ensnares both chipmunks despite Chip being aware of the ruse and them trying to get out of the mess. While the chipmunks argue with each other, Donald looks on amused and provokes them to fight. Finally, the chipmunks figure out his dirty tricks and run for the acorns. Donald stands in front of the tree entrance to keep the acorns from going inside. Chip and Dale then pick up hockey sticks, chipmunk-sized hockey sticks. Using teamwork and natural hockey skills, the chipmunks beat Donald at his favorite sport and finally flatten him with an overwhelming acorn stampede, filling up the entire tree. A dazed Donald knocks at the door and hits in one last acorn at the chipmunks and laughs at them as if he has won the battle, while they conclude that Donald has lost his mind. That is the description.
That's like a zero draft outline.
Yes. So I pose that if anybody is interested in a bonus exercise, how would you rewrite this plot better? And you could honestly do it any which way you want. And yes, if you watch the Disney Plus version, because they really have remastered it, it is fully closed captioned, so you can actually understand all the dialogue between Donald, Chip, and Dale. Since apparently those three may or may not understand each other, I don't know. But it does show Donald's character very well. It does show the relationship Chip and Dale have with each other. Of course, I love the Chip and Dale cartoons. They very much remind me of me and Tom growing up, and frankly to this day. And so I have a special place in my heart. And honestly, our mother really reminds me of Donald Duck.
But yeah, you can see how in this one, unlike all the other shorts, the plot and the vibe changes every minute. It doesn't have an overarching emotional arc.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to the point that the ending of this cartoon, even Chip and Dale are like, what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
And then it ends. No, seriously, that is how it ends with Chip
Yeah,
and Dale.
it's not exactly a real It's not a proper ending. They just sort of abruptly ran out of film, sort of vibe.
But yeah, even they are just like, wait, Donald was just acting out of character. Wait, what's going on? And then it ends. Oh, yeah, it looks like one of those like
It didn't
executive
get workshopped
probably.
enough. So I pose that as an exercise, if anybody wants to, they could rewrite this or edit it to what they think is a coherent story as practice. Or make it whatever you want for yourself, because it just doesn't quite work, even though it does have all the hallmarks of both a Chippendale story and a Donald Duck story. And Donald Duck and Chippendale have several cartoons from the 40s and 50s together.
Yeah. Decorating the Christmas tree.
I love the Christmas tree one is my favorite. But I wanted to also throw that out here of it's not that Disney cartoons are perfect. I don't want people to think that, because no artist is perfect. No human is perfect. Nobody bats 1,000. But sometimes you just need to rework it a little bit more or come at it from a different perspective. And it may be that for particular writers, it may be helpful to actually bring in another character to offer a foil to Donald Duck. Like, what if Mickey Mouse came in, or Goofy came in, or even Daisy Duck is like, Donald, you need to calm down. Or again, one of the ones that is often a foil to Chippendale is Pluto, because Pluto is officially a dog. Do not look up what Goofy's supposed to be. It gets very confusing very fast. But again, there are various ways to change it. I think the real problem was they were trying to keep a time limit on this, and see, for each character you add to a short story or a short film, you are adding time. And therein lies the issue. If you're trying to do, say, a 6-minute short, if you added another character, that's going to make it a minimum of 7.5 or 8 minutes. Yes.
Yes. I don't know. I've always had a problem with Chippendale until they became Rescue Rangers. Though I have to say that whole thing would play out very different if they were trying to steal his acorns as the Rescue Rangers.
Mm.
Well, let's say what I really noticed in that short was every choice made by both sets of characters is to simply create more chaos and more action. It's not an emotional arc. It is not emotionally driven.
Mm-hmm.
It is not even goal oriented. It is simply what is the most, what's the next way we can create more action and confusion. Because like they could have in that cartoon from the very beginning, we see that Donald's using a sack of acorns that he then puts into his sack some of the acorns to go plant a row. Do they take from the main sack? No. They take from Donald's, so that Donald has a direct interaction and can then respond, and they can keep escalating this violence. Mm-hmm. It's not just story oriented. It's not an emotional or anything. It's just let's create motion. And that's where the problem is. There's no emotion to carry it through. It's like even with the other Chippendale cartoons, we usually will see them starving, where we will see their tummies are very empty, and it's, this is they're doing out of desperation.
Yeah.
They would normally not go into a house or anything, but it's like, I need food. I need something.
Steal the picnic on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But in this one, there is no desperation. It's just, hey, there's an easy one. our tree doesn't have any. Let's go get his. And let's go deal directly with him. Let's not just get from his sack while he's not looking. And yeah, that's where a lot of these problems come in. It ends up just seeming more malicious than conflicting interest. Where you see with the rest of the Disney stories, it's usually conflicting interest. Like in Mickey's trailer, Donald is in the bath, and then the bath gets swept into the wall, and Donald gets popped out to the breakfast table. And Donald's like, "Oh, okay, what's for breakfast?" Understanding, yeah, stuff happens. It wasn't malicious, but just it had different interests and different timing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yeah, this one just seems like a malicious story. And that's where, we don't care for any of the characters.
Mhm.
And that's what we wanted to bring that one of like, mistakes have been made. There's no impunity. And this is what it looks like. Of where you see that the storytelling changes, the vibe changes, the feeling, the pacing.
Mm-hmm.
The pacing is very different. And it is easier to understand something when you can do a compare and contrast of what's similar and what's different to see better for what actually works.
Like, there can be maliciousness. Like, I really like the short, I think it's Trick or Treat,
Mm-hmm.
where Huey, Dewey, and Louie are,
With Witch Hazel.
yeah, trying to get candy from Donald Duck. And
Fun
he's
fact,
just-
most iterations by any cartoon of Witch Hazel was voiced by the same woman. Just because she was a voice actress who worked
yeah.
at the time. Most of the time, coincidentally, it was her doing the voice of Witch Hazel because she could do that cackle.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Like, Donald's malicious. He gets his comeuppance.
Mhm.
Totally fine. But you're at least rooting for the nephews. Like, you have somebody that you want to
Yeah.
get behind.
Yeah, the nephews don't start out wanting violence.
Mm-hmm.
They just respond, but then there is an emotional arc and a goal. But you lose the goal midway through in the storage one.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, you don't even have a goal any longer. It's just chaos and dislike of each other.
It's really something I found myself asking a lot internally, because to me, a lot of modern entertainment, specifically, I guess I should say a lot of postmodern entertainment, everything is cruel, including the humor, but the humor is intended to be funny, and that's supposed to be what breaks it up. But in my way of seeing it, it's more cruelty. You're just being mean at somebody's expense.
Mm-hmm.
Not just being randomly mean or systematically cruel. You're just being cruel because of the lulls. And I don't see that as actually giving that respite humor that a dark story needs to see the difference between the highs and the lows that we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's becoming more and more of a problem in a lot of fiction but we put a joke in. Granted, it was at somebody's expense and somebody actually got hurt as a result of the joke, but joke is funny, right? So we lightened it up. And I don't know if it's because of the way my brain works that I reject that as an actual lightening of the mood, or just more bland cruelty.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's still danger. If the joke is at someone's expense, then there is still danger. You cannot entirely relax in that situation.
But I find that that's what I can't enjoy about a lot of like the Rick and Morty's and that kind of humor, that like the universe is cruel, the characters are cruel, and the humor is cruel. It's always at somebody's expense. It's to point at and laugh at. It's with the exception of some of the jokes in the first season or two, you don't laugh with the characters anymore, unless you enjoy the infliction of violence, and then you're laughing at the character who is laughing because they inflicted harm on somebody else. But I see this kind of humor cropping up a lot, and it just feels like everything is level. And I really started thinking about that when you were talking about what the flaws in that Chippendale short, because it's that same kind of thing. Like even the funny parts are at the expense of somebody else. They're they're laughing at someone, not laughing with. And especially for Disney, the humor generally comes out of laughing with rather than at. But when you get to the Witch Hazel story, yes, there is cruelty and stuff in there. I can see it. But it feels more, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but it does feel more like you're laughing with.
Well, Witch Hazel's cruelty, even the laughter part, is in pursuit of empathy. Witch Hazel is trying to create empathy within Donald to stop being so malicious towards his nephews. It is not malicious for malicious sake. It is not just humor at Donald's expense. It is, yeah, we're going to enjoy the ridiculousness of this situation that Donald is feeding into because he refuses to empathize. And as long as he refuses to change and to open his eyes, he is going to keep walking into this wall. If he will just, if he'll just open his eyes, he would stop, but he's refusing to. So let's see how many times this happens. Because once he does, it stops.
Mm-hmm.
And there's, again, that difference. Is even that maliciousness is in pursuit of a good moral goal. There's still a positive outcome to it.
It goes back to that earnestness. They're not being cruel for cruelty's sake.
Yeah.
I was just trying to tease out, like, but in this other thing that does a similar kind of, we're going to be maliciously cruel to people, it doesn't work. Like,
but yeah, it's that earnestness and that empathy.
Yeah.
It's all the nephews want is for Donald to understand, to play along with the game. Mm-hmm. Instead of breaking the game the first chance he gets. That is not nice.
You got a point.
In which Hazel, being, an old parent, is like, oh, I can help with this. I know this game. I know how to break adults and get them to be kids again.
Yay.
And who doesn't love that cackle?
Mm-hmm.
Such a good cackle. His life goals.
Mm-hmm.
So does anyone have any final thoughts about the Disney shorts today, or just short story writing in general?
Is good practice.
Mm-hmm. I like it for the XPs, and I like it for the ability to see if your audience is there with you. Instead of having to create a much longer story.
Mm-hmm.
Like you think, oh, but it's different if I have to create this slow, steady rise in tension to see if I'm going to get this effect with the audience. Turns out you don't. Mm-hmm. You can just use the major elements, and if your audience is there for the big elements, they'll stick with you through the small parts.
And even if you are a novelist, short stories are a great newsletter magnet. Mm. They're great things to post on Patreon, things like that. Little side stories of your characters that are in your novel, just to expand the universe, or as a exercise to try and figure out your character and the way that they talk, figure out your magic system a bit more, things like that. So they're great exercises, as well as they're art unto themselves. Like, you can get them published in collections and anthologies and magazines, stuff like that, to get some publishing under your belt so that you have something in your query letter to say, I've been published.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Good
yeah.
point.
I mean, they are a great way to become a great writer by making smaller steps for yourself instead of having to climb rungs that are your entire body length and try to somehow drag yourself up each one. You can create little 1-inch steps that you just have to keep taking a lot of.
That's the whole premise behind I said Gene Roddenberry. Ray Bradbury's 52 stories in a year is write a story every year. It doesn't have to be a good one, but you're learning with each one.
You mean every week?
Yeah, every week. Sorry. Well, no, 52 stories a year.
Yeah. Write a story a week.
Yeah. So my biggest thing that I want to say to all of my fellow writers out there who are a member of Sci-Fi Fantasy Writers Anonymous. Our word counts are getting ridiculous, y'all. Our word counts are getting ridiculous. It is getting harder and harder for me to buy into a lot of series because I pick up the book and I see how long it is and I go, is it worth the days of my life?
What kind of speed reading am I going to have to pick up to finish this in a reasonable time?
And I'm not saying that we necessarily have to always do short fiction, but I will let you know, if you give me a short story, a novelette, or a novella, I'm much more likely to pick you up and try you out as a writer I don't know than if I'm looking at your Brandon Sanderson is for noobs giant tome. Like, J.K. Rowling worked her way up to the big Order of the Phoenix book. She didn't start there. And no one would have gotten to Order of the Phoenix if she would have started there.
She tried, but her editors smacked her down at the beginning.
Because I think that if you are a genre writer, especially in science fiction or fantasy, one, I do know there are those readers out there that will come back at you and go, this book is too short, I'm not even going to try. And whatever, go away, I don't need you. And you're not into my stuff anyway. Like, you're not going to be into this. But you need to give people ways to on-ramp in. If we do not have on-ramps into the genre will become further and further niche and just be what happens on movies and television.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of literary genres that only exist in movie and television now because the writers became more and more niche to the point where it's almost impossible to onboard yourself into them. And science fiction and fantasy are trying really hard to go there. And I say this as somebody who has been in this genre for all my life and that I love so much. Right? I've gotten those comments. But if we're not onboarding new people, our genre won't make it. We need short story writers. We need novella writers.
Speaking of, and I'm sorry for what I'm about to say a little bit because I know you've been trying your hard not to, Charlie, but I've spent the last 2-3 weeks falling asleep to Amazon Prime for Prime members, at least in the US, has all of the Ghostbusters cartoons free to watch. And most of the writers for the Ghostbuster cartoons you will know from fantasy sci-fi writers who became big, including Babylon 5.
Yep.
And so on, who wrote these stories. And these are essentially short stories. They are all self-contained stories in the horror and a bit of sci-fi genre and a bit of fantasy. But they're honestly, most of them are actually good. I was surprised that unlike a lot of cartoons from my childhood, the Ghostbusters cartoons hold up as just fun little short stories.
Every time I see something by Joe Straczynski, there's part of me that in the back of my head goes, from the man who brought you She-Ra. Because we need to remember where these people, everybody had a humble beginning.
Straczynski set up the first season of Ghostbusters cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
He created the world, really, that we got for the cartoon. And he did it well.
But I am honestly a little bit concerned about the sci-fi and fantasy genres just because these books are getting insanely long. And that's great. that's wonderful for the audience that has them, but I who talk to people outside of the genre that are interested in it, that feel like they cannot get into it because the books are so impossibly long. There is a market out there. I don't know how big it is. I'm testing. I'm playing with it now. But there's a market out there of people that are interested in fantasy and sci-fi that don't want to dedicate their life to reading one book because it's going to take that long to get to the end. Short fiction is good for us. Looking at you, Brandon.
Brandon's only doing it now that, he's got them all hooked.
This is true, but those books are so long. And if
I know,
we're
I think at
honest,
this point
they
he
have
can't
so
help
far
himself.
they can go.
Well, I just wanted to quickly mention that everybody's links are down below in the doobly-doos. So, number one, please, of course, check out everybody. They are awesome people. Very talented. Have new things coming out soon, if not already. And then, what to expect on next Monday's episode. We're going to talk about the character arc of Harley Quinn. The long, drawn-out, dramatic, twisty-turny of Dr. Harley Quinn Quinzel.
All the way from Batman the Animated Series, or are we going to zero in on one particular thing?
No, just how she started out Jewish. And how she, has progressed through and is still considered a fresh character 30 years later.
I mean, to think she only exists because they needed someone for Robin to fight.
Mm-hmm. Like, she, as a character, she actually has a very interesting and complicated background.
Yeah.
And yet, like, I see her so often as an onboarding character for a lot of readers who are not necessarily into Batman. They're not necessarily even into comic books. And yet Harley Quinn is the kind of character that non-traditional readers find engaging enough to get into a new platform or a new series and so on. And so she is very important to study her characterization to understand, since she brings in so much fresh audience. She is a gateway character.
Yeah, that's what a lot of writers forget about with all of these big IPs, is first you have to bring the audience in. Mm-hmm. And what is it that brings in the new audience to your particular story type? Mm-hmm. They all started somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Harley is definitely one of those that keeps bringing in new people.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're going to examine and analyze her characterization through a huge variety of platforms. And that it doesn't matter the platform, she works as a gateway character. She is so engaging, so interesting, and so fresh. She's so different from traditional characters in every platform that she is bringing in fresh audiences, and this matters.
And something that we should definitely talk about is how she brings magic to no matter who's playing her, even if they're a great actress like Margot Robbie, or if they're Kaylee Cuoco. Best character she ever played. Best character.
Mm-hmm. So, if you are interested, we definitely would love to see everybody back on Monday as we go over this fascinating gateway character and what writers can take away from that for their own writing and their own character building. So without further ado, I shall wave everybody off into the sunset and say good night and goodbye. Mwah, mwah, mwah.